Good afternoon.
আওয়াজ হচ্ছে খুব বাজে আওয়াজ হচ্ছে
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, University of Calcutta, I, Sayantani, welcome you all in this webinar titled Literary Foundations of the History of Indian Antiquity, the Epics and the Dharmaśāstras. The Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, which celebrated its centenary in the year 2018, is largely known in the academic world for carrying its tradition of focus on the reading and interpretation of the original sources pertaining to the early Indian history. And this webinar also focuses on that aspect. The study of sources is particularly relevant in these days when we are faced with new challenges, questions regarding the reading and interpretations of our sacred literature. So, keeping all these questions in mind, today we are very much eager to hear the thoughts and interpretations of the renowned scholar speakers of today's webinar. So, without taking more time, I would like to invite Dr. Madhuparna Roychowdhury, the convener of today's webinar, to introduce the webinar to the audience. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sayantani. And I, on behalf of our department, welcome you all to today's webinar, which is perhaps the only option for us to keep alive the academic activities in the department in this unusual time. This webinar focuses on a very crucial question of the relation between text and context. And following the recent interest in scholars about ancient and medieval texts of different kinds, as you know, the webinar is focusing on the epics and the Dharmaśāstras. We all know there was a time when the authenticity of such texts was questioned on the ground that varied kinds of poetic imagination had intruded into the literary representation of events and phenomena. However, by now we know that these kind of literary sources are quite important for history writing. Not only that, they have a larger and wider ramification also. And with proper reading, they are very much capable of producing historical insights and information, besides generating different kinds of meanings for the scholars who use them. Today, Dr. Konrad Sinha's paper will demonstrate how the great epic in its different layers contain pictures of a rigid hierarchical caste society, at the same time containing glimpses of caste mobility also, thereby providing scholars with clues to reflect on the variegated social milieu of the so-called epic period of Indian history. With regard to Ramayana, instead of relying primarily, entirely on the narrative of a classical version, the mini Ramayana approach has taught us to think in different ways, to think of the different renditions, the multiple renditions, and the kind of meanings that they produce. And today, Dr. Rita Chaudhury's presentation will touch on the reception and reworking of Ramayana epic in Cambodia. With regard to the other genre of literature that we have selected today in our webinar, that is the Dharmaśāstras, and on which most of today's presentations are focused, also went through a similar process of historical evolution. On the one hand, one can think of writing the history of Dharmaśāstras by looking for its historical origin in the Vedic texts, trying to analyze how the Dharma Sutra was the precursor of the Dharmaśāstra. At another level, one can completely move away from this aspect of history writing and rather look into the different meanings that the Dharmaśāstras texts came to acquire, particularly as social texts, as legal texts, dealing with prayashchitta, achar, vyavahar, affecting both private conduct and public order. The presentations of Professor Taupati Mukherjee, Professor Shoma Basu, Professor Kunal Chakrabarti, and Professor Patrick Oliver will deal in some way or the other with the theological and epistemological interpretations of the semantic concept of dharma, the connotation of which was certainly much larger than the English translation of law. In the long run, as we all know, the modern jurists in India, starting with the colonial administrators of the late 18th century, looked upon the Dharmaśāstras as the foundational texts of Hindu law, which they were trying to codify. We have in mind the instance of Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee, who in many of his judgments based on English law frequently referred to the Dharmaśāstras as a legal corpus. So the entire exercise suggests how every class of individual literature possesses a long history of composition and reinterpretation. And this is perhaps how the barriers that exist between ancient literature and modern readers are bridged. So with this very brief introduction and wishing the webinar success, I welcome Professor Suchandra Ghosh, Professor of Department of History, University of Hyderabad, to please take over the proceedings to the next academic session. Thank you so much.
And respected esteemed speakers, my colleagues in the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, the students, and of course, those who are viewing this webinar. It is always a matter of pride to be associated with one's alma mater. And I'm very happy to be here today amidst all of you. And thank you very much, Madhuparna and Sayantani, for giving me this opportunity to be here today amongst all of you. As Madhuparna has very clearly given us an idea of what this webinar is all about, without wasting time, I will just go into the procedure of the webinar with a few of my own thoughts and what actually the idea of like literary foundations, or as a matter of fact, history as a social science, how it developed over the years, new orientations in which there was the growing recognition that the past had to be explained, understood, reinterpreted on the basis of critical inquiry of the sources. And when we talk of the sources, naturally the legal sources, the Dharmaśāstras, the epics, they become very important. Now today, among the wide-ranging sources that are used for an understanding of the past, we have privileged the texts. Two different kinds of texts, the legal, the normative, that is the Dharmaśāstras on the one hand, and the epics on the other. Earlier Indological studies of texts were extensive with valuable investigations into the structure of the languages, the dating of texts, and the reconstruction of narrative of events. But this kind of exercise saw a change, and the thrust is now in placing a text more firmly in its contexts. And if I may quote Romila Thapar, I quote, by scrutinizing its author, audience, and agenda, thus widening the possible range of meanings and intentions, unquote. So this is precisely the intention of the organizers of the seminar, where the speakers would engage in critical methodological issues and at the same time draw connections between the texts, the choice, texts of the choice, and social history as we go by the, if we look at the contents of the speakers of which what they are going to speak today. Here we have a perfect balance of historians and Sanskritis who have contributed immensely to historical studies. May I now take the privilege of inviting Professor Kunal Chakrabarti and formerly Professor, Center of Historical Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. His seminal work, Religious Process, the Puranas and the Making of a Regional Tradition, opened many windows for further research. We know that he doesn't need an introduction to the audience here, but still, when we start reading, when we join the master courses, when we are having our basic understanding of Itihasa, Purana, then definitely his book becomes a very important part of our syllabi. His work, again, sometimes a few years earlier, the historical dictionaries of the Bengalis with Dr. Shubhra Chakrabarti is an addition to our knowledge. Recently, he edited with Kanat Sinha, also speaker today, State, Power and Legitimacy, the Gupta Kingdom. Please note, it is not Gupta Empire, it is Gupta Kingdom. And the students of history, we should reflect upon that. Professor Chakrabarti will speak today on Dharma and classical law, classical Hindu law. And we have, as you can go by the program, we have 35 minutes each. So we will actually stick to around 25 to 30 minutes for the speaker. And then we can have, we are very limited by our time. So unfortunately, as a moderator, my work is like a timekeeper. So I think we can at best take 2 questions. There will be definitely questions, and we will have questions after each presentation because the presentations are varied, and it is important that we take up the questions, the discussions just after the presentation. Now, may I invite our Kunalda, Professor Kunal Chakrabarti, to share his thoughts on the topic today, Dharma and classical Hindu law. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Suchandra. I also thank the organizers of this webinar for inviting me to speak and their opportunity to address primarily students of the Calcutta University after a long time. I'm back in Kolkata after being in JNU for many decades, and therefore I would want to re-establish contact with the universities and other academic institutions here. Here is an opportunity. Also keep in mind the fact that I'll be of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture of the Calcutta University. Therefore, I'm not giving you a research paper. I'll be primarily talking about various authorities, the various aspects. That is the title that I have thought for this afternoon, I'm sorry, Dharma and the classical Hindu law. Now, when the broad epics and Dharmaśāstras was given to me, I opted to speak on the Dharmaśāstras and with a certain sense of trepidation in view of the fact that I have never really worked on the Dharmaśāstras. I've worked primarily on the Puranas. But since the Puranas are that way, the corpus of Dharmaśāstra literature, I have to often deep into this. And therefore, it's not as if that this corpus is entirely unknown to, or these are unfamiliar texts. But therefore, whatever I'm going to speak about today on the subject, now there's another session. When I agreed to speak in this webinar, and I didn't know that Professor Patrick Oliver, arguably the greatest authority on Dharmaśāstras in the world today, has also agreed to speak, and will be speaking on, naturally, on aspects of Dharmaśāstras. Therefore, there's every possibility of overlap with what I am going to say. And since I have learned a great deal from his books, both his translations, the critical editions, and the volumes that he has written and edited, therefore, in fact, I thought that most of what I'm going to say is going to be on a collection of seminal collection of essays called What is in its Semantic, Cultural, and Religious History, which was is a sufficiently old one, given the explosion into this world. It was originally published in 2004, and an enlarged Indian edition was published in 2009. So at least I felt that this may not be completely familiar to the students who I'm primarily addressing. So I'm talking substantially on it. Let me begin to recommend on the corpus literature. The term Dharma, in its earliest manifestation, is quite closely allied with the Vedic term Rita. Now, Rita is the principle of cosmic order that ensures the integrated functioning of the natural order, divine order, human order, and sacrificial order. At the same time, Rita is also the governing principle of the human order, and more specifically, of the moral order, regulating the moral conduct of human beings. We had sort of very succinctly summed up this point of view. Sages understood Rita to be the inheritance and concord, a dynamic rule or order in all things their own unique way to the smoothness as a whole. Therefore, it is a term that sort of connects several of rituals, the cosmic order, the social order, and so on. Now, back in the Dutch scholar J.C. Easterman, in his extremely collection of essays on in early India, observation. He says that the crux of the Dharma's foundation in the paradox. Why did he say so? He is the content of the Vedic literature, and the contents of literature are so fundamentally different in nature that the gap between them must be considered to be practically that is a point of view with Easterman, but at the same time, I would also like to draw attention to an article written by Professor Shelley in 1990 on the Mimamsa discourses, an attempt to create precisely this bridge between. Now, those of you who are familiar with with the Mimamsa would know that in early Mimamsa, the categories of Veda and Dharma, the ritual sphere, and Pollock has highlighted interrelated hermeneutical strategies that are utilized in order to extend Vedic legitimation beyond the ritual realm into the socio-cultural domain and thereby transform the ideological framework of Brahminical culture to a discourse of social power. Now, these making connections is not new. The Brahminical elite with examples of such attempts of making between apparently completely dissimilar entities. So, before Pollock published in 1989, if my memory serves right, Brian Kiss wrote, once again, an important book called Reflections on Resemblance, Ritual and Religion, in which he discussed 6 strategies, hermeneutical strategies, through more than hermeneutical, textual strategies, through which the Puranas attempted to align themselves with the Vedas and thereby draw their legitimation from the Vedas. Now,
Kunal, sorry to intervene. Your voice is breaking. Perhaps I think there is some internet connections problem. So what we can do is you can switch off your camera and then it might be a little better.
All right, let me see if I can do that. As you know that I'm not tech savvy at all. And let me see, where is that?
Yeah.
Where is the
now
camera?
because everyone is writing in the chat box that I thought it was my problem, but now I find that it's a problem which everyone is facing. So if you can just switch off there is a symbol of camera, video symbol. So you just click there, so it will be crossed. Or can I just, if you can click there.
Here is it?
Yeah,
No,
stop cam.
that's the mic. So let me see. Is this
Just
stop
yeah,
cam?
start cam is there. Just click it, then it will be we won't be able to see video.
No, I'm sorry. I just see stop mic stroke cam. So
Yeah.
shall I do that?
The cam. No, but then we can't hear you at all. No, it's not working. Kunalda?
Suchandra, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's better. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And
Thank you.
is it better? Is the voice breaking?
Yeah, no, now it's better. It's better.
Okay, all right. Yeah. it's much better that way, because I was seeing myself continuously as if in a mirror, and that was disconcerting. Because when I speak in a class or to an audience, I don't see myself.
Right. That is the problem of. Please carry.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm more comfortable as a result. Anyway, so as I was saying that Brian Smith, could you follow me up to this point? That Brian Smith in 1989 produced a book called Reflections on Resemblance, Ritual and Religion, in which he spoke of 6 strategies of textual connection that the Puranas indulged in order to make connection with the Vedic corpus and draw legitimation from it. Could you hear me up to this point? Anyway, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, we could. Please carry on.
You could. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now, I was saying that in this 1990 article, what Sheldon Pollock did was to think of 3 strategies that the Mimamsakaras, right, the authors of the Mimamsa texts, had created in order to hermeneutical, in order to make connections between the seemingly unrelated contents of the Vedas and the Dharmasāstric literary corpus. He says that in later Mimamsa, the boundaries between non-instrumental, that is Odrishtartha, ritual rules, and utilitarian, that is Drishtartha, sociocultural norms, became permeable, allowing for the extension of Vedic legitimation to an ever-expanding corpus of Shastric injunctions in every sphere of Brahmanical culture. That's the first strategy. The second strategy was that the Vedic legitimation was extended to reformulations of Dharma that expanded the term beyond the realm of ritual action to encompass socio-cultural practices. And the third, Pollock says, the domain of Veda was expanded to include not only Shruti texts, but also Smriti texts, such as the Dharmaśāstras, in which the regulations of the Varnashrama Dharma are elaborated. Pollock locates the mechanism through which the expansion occurred in the definition of the term Shruti and Smriti in the etymology of the term itself. Right? Now, he maintains that according to the etymology derived from Mimamsa, that is still prevalent among certain traditional Brahmanical teachers, Shruti refers to the extant Vedic texts that can be heard in recitation, whereas Smriti is an open-ended category that encompasses any teachings or practices pertaining to Dharma that have been remembered from Vedic texts but are now lost, forgotten, or are otherwise inaccessible. Now, this is an extraordinary expansion and a complete reversal, as it were, of the meaning of Shruti and Smriti as we traditionally understood them. In the Mimamsa literature, Pollock argues that it says that the hard Shruti is actually texts which are extant, which can be recited and therefore can be heard now, and remembered are those texts which once upon a time belonged to the Vedic corpus but are lost, however, are remembered through committing to memory and other mnemonic devices. So, therefore, as a result, he says that the term Dharma, which has decided Vedic origin, and the Dharmaśāstra thereby get interlinked. Now, in this case, yes, the meaning has been artificially stretched, as it were, to make these connections. But if you take this meaning of these two terms, Smriti and Shruti, then of course the connection is apparent. However, if you only take it from the point of view of the traditional meaning, then of course Easterman's objection holds. Now, I both accept Easterman's objection and accept the Brahmanical devices which created connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena. Therefore, both are to an extent valid, depends on the point of view which a particular interpreter assumes at a given point in time. Before I move on to my preferred text today, that is Dharma, Studies in Semantic, Cultural and Religious History, edited by Patrick Oliver, a brief interlude into what I mean, or rather what another major authority on the Hindu law, Venamensky, means by the term classical Hindu law. Since he uses this term, and I'm sure that the students who are listening to us here would be using Mensky for their purposes, and of course those who work on aspects of Dharmaśāstra literature, I thought that I should make this very clear. I borrowed this term from Mensky, but on second thought, I find that the distinction that Mensky makes between what he calls classical Hindu law and late classical Hindu law. As a matter of fact, I do not call either of these Hindu, I call them Brahmanical. But nevertheless, since I'm using Mensky, let me go along with his usage. So, but let's look at it, and then we will move from there. Mensky says that to understand this increasing complexity of expectations and their links with reality, it is useful to make, first of all, an explicit conceptual distinction between the idealized classical Hindu law proper and what he calls late classical Hindu law. However, the two periods, that is to say classical and late, this is a chronological division, the two periods overlap to a large extent, he himself admits, and the Shastric literature draws no such chronological distinction in explicit terms. As we go along, we will see that the distinction gets even more blurred. The literature is a mass of many different floating, originally oral components, only later put into written form and collected into texts with specific labels to suggest a particular authorship. Since the material for both periods is found in the same text, a text-based chronological analysis would not uncover the absolutely critical distinction between what he calls, this is an extraordinary distinction that Mensky makes, what he calls self-control and assisted self-control. What are these? Now, he says that it is instructive to draw this distinction between classical Hindu law proper and late classical Hindu law. The former is clearly based on the rather too idealistic assumption that cosmic order can be sustained simply by following dharma. That is, through every individual's self-controlled behavior and conscious subordination of personal desires to higher concerns. The latter approach, that is the late classical, based on the more realistic observation that individuals are selfish or simply lazy and need to be reminded of their obligation, implies that some degree of deterrence or even punishment might help to strengthen or assist self-control. Both conceptualizations are thus premised on the supremacy of self-controlled action, which remains the hallmark of the classical Hindu legal system, but there is a significant shift of emphasis within this paradigm. In social reality, it is recognized that self-controlled action expects too much, and thus assisted self-control is the dominant mode of social regulation. Now, what does he mean by assisted self-control? He says that the introduction of the idea of danda, literally the rod, symbolizing the authority of the king, that is to say, the authority of the king to punish any one of his subjects who has been who has been transgressing dharma and who therefore is liable to obtain punishment. Now, this is assisted self-control, right? He's being reminded, deterred in the first place by the very knowledge of the fact that such a possibility exists, and then, of course, the actual punishment. Now, I find this distinction rather artificial in view of the fact that I do not know of any, practically any distinction between, or rather, if the major corpus of the texts in which the Brahminical rules of conduct are enshrined, the Dharmaśāstras and the Dharmaśāstras. The Dharmaśāstras are an older set of texts compared to the Dharmaśāstras. Then neither of these are completely devoid of the idea of punishment, because punishments can be of two kinds. First is, as one may point out, the first is that you inflict a punishment on yourself from a realization of the fact that you have transgressed the rule of conduct by committing an expiatory rite, by performing penances. Now, penances occupy a absolutely fundamental position in the Dharma Sutra literature. In the Dharmaśāstra literature, of course, the scope of Dharma is expanded to include both civil and criminal law, and therefore the danda of the king is very apparent there. Therefore, this connection, which cannot be quite chronological, which cannot be drawn in terms of texts, I do not know categories of text and so on. I do not know to what extent this connection, this distinction should be made or should be. I accept Menski's emphasis on the fact that the Rita Dharma order presumes that human beings should be inherently moral and should be able to understand his or her dharma and must act accordingly without prodding from outside. Sure, this is a premise. But this premise has been practically from the very beginning severely qualified by the fact that various kinds of reminders, if one may put it mildly, be introduced into this. And therefore, I will not go any further on this. Before I go on to Patrick Oliver's book, a little more organized discussion on some aspects of Patrick Oliver's book called Dharma, Studies in its Semantic, Cultural and Religious History, let me say that almost all authorities on the sources of law, Brahminical law, have accepted that there are three kinds. One, of course, is the Dharma Sutra, the other is Dharmaśāstra, and then the third, where the rules laid out in these two corpus of texts, the first set, somewhat shorter texts written in aphoristic prose, mostly interspersed with verses, the others much longer poems and much longer texts, which are mostly in verse, and then there, not merely that, and then on that there is Vashya, commentary, and then by the early medieval period, you have the Nibandhas on them, digests, which are a thematic compendia of selected portions from both the Dharmasūtras and the Dharmaśāstras, those that began to appear from the 12th century. So this is a massive corpus. And since the Dharmaśāstra corpus is an open-ended one, there were definitely texts written till at least up to the 18th century, and of course through the quote-unquote traditional medieval centuries. So it's a huge corpus. And yet, situations may arise where the textual corpus is unable to provide actual guidance into the resolution of the problem. And therefore, there is a third source of law which has been identified and recognized, and that is the achara of the well-behaved and the learned. Sadachara, Shishtachara. So, and this is where I lay my emphasis, I'll come back to it. But so this is roughly the terrain within which this evening we will all, this is the terrain within which we will all sort of try and map our limited spaces. Now, let me go on to a little more systematic discussion of Dharma, edited by Professor Oliver. Considering the fact that the concept of Dharma had crucially defined the ancient Indian civilization, it has been a subject of serious research ever since the emergence of organized study of Indian history. The initial years of study on Dharma revolved around an attempt to define. Suchandra, how much time do I have?
You have 10 minutes more.
Okay,
Is it okay, or you need some more?
15 at the maximum.
Yeah, it's all right. We'll have one.
Okay, all right. Thank you. So I have almost up to 5. Now, as I was saying, the initial years of study on Dharma revolved around an attempt to define and translate the terms. Studies soon revealed the degree of difficulty in translating the term translating and defining the term. However, and many scholars have actually opined that the term Dharma is untranslatable. However, it was realized that since the meaning of the term Dharma gets highly altered based on context, genre of text, or religious tradition, it cannot be rendered into any exact equivalence. In other words, the term Dharma is used in a variety of meanings. For example, just as Dharma may correctly translate into law or justice, it may equally be correct to translate it into morality, virtue, teaching, sacrifice, nature, foundation, and religion. Therefore, it's been a long time since the broad semantic range of Dharma has been recognized by scholars. Further studies introduced fresh insights by shifting the focus to explain the validity of Dharma as a legal concept. Scholars began debating on the extent to which Dharma could qualify as law and how far the Dharmasūtras and the Dharmaśāstras could be considered as codified legal texts. Scholars like Robert Lingat, Duncan Derrett, Werner Menske, and Ashutosh Mathur are considered important contributors in this discussion. Lingat was the first to initiate a systematic discussion on the subject, though he denied Dharma to be positive law because of an absence of any formal legislation preceding the codification of the Dharmaśāstras. He believes that Dharma can still qualify as law since it bound individuals within their respective rules. Moreover, within the practical realm, it is through Dharma that justice was also dispensed. Duncan Derrett advanced the study of Dharma to demonstrate the role of the Dharmaśāstra texts in practice in resolving disputes in reality. Now, several of Derrett's articles give interesting account of the actual application of the Dharma norms in resolving long-standing disputes. Now, Madhuparna, in her introductory remarks, had referred to Justice Ashutosh Mukherjee, that he often invoked the Dharmaśāstra texts in his judgments. In fact, there was an institution established. It's a very interesting thing to go into. Someday, some people will work on it, I assume. In 1904, in the Jagannath temple at Puri, in a part of the compound, there were several rooms allotted to creating a manuscript library of the Dharma texts of all kinds, the Dharma Sutra, Dharmaśāstra, the commentaries and the digests, etc. And a particular institution was created called Mukti Mandapa Pandita Sabha that invited disputes, civil disputes, naturally, but domestic disputes, marriage, etc., inheritance, all kinds, very difficult rules, right, from Orissa, which could not be through dispute resolving mechanism, could not be resolved so far, to be referred to them. And they would go through the case and then actually come to a decision based on explicitly citing these texts. I stumbled upon it, and I'm sharing with you this information. You may actually ask some of your students to begin to work on it. If I remember correctly, it is the Anthropological Survey of India Memoirs number 7, edited by Professor Nirmal Kumar Basu, which actually contained several of these judgments, published it actually, which cited explicitly, and it's a very revealing text. So there are actually many examples that they have actually been put to practical use. Derrett shows some, Menske showed some, and the two examples that Madhuparna and I cited. Contrary to the previous assumption of Dharma qualifying as law, Menske argued that ancient India was not controlled by a uniform system of law. He argues that since in a large part of India, law prevailed as custom and hence unwritten, this is something that I've mentioned earlier and I'll come back to, Hindu law should never be reconstructed totally by merely looking at the Shastric or written texts alone. He He also eschews legal uniformity in traditional Hindu legal system, considering the absence of a strong political center for most of Indian history. Mathur also does not accept dharma as law. Instead, he considers vyavahara, the established mechanisms of dispute resolution, to be what can be called as law. He argues that dharma sets the outer limit of law as well as forms its core, in the sense that dharma subsumes and propounds the philosophical notions such as the concepts of justice, equity, or good conscience. In this way, dharma, he says, can certainly be taken to form the basis of law and forward the very purpose of the formation of law, but it cannot be understood as equivalent of law. Another important contribution in the study of dharma came with a series of reflections on the historical background in which the Dharmaśāstra literature was produced. Wendy Doniger and Patrick Olivelle, both in their translations of the Manusmriti, and Olivelle in his critical edition and translation of what he calls the Manava Dharmaśāstra, have studied the prevailing historical conditions in which the text was written. Doniger explains the composition of Manu within a deep sociopolitical crisis, which came with the decline of the Vedic Brahminical ideals because of the rise of the heterodox cults in India. Manu emerged as a major re-evaluation of the old Vedic customs, which incorporated several significant changes to render flexibility to orthodox Brahmanism and ensure its survival. Olivelle argues on similar lines, but particularly asserts the emphatic Buddhist presence in society and a resultant decline of the Brahmanas for the composition of these texts. Their studies are important because they explain the remarkable evolution in the nature and meaning of dharma with the emergence of this genre of literature, and hence add dimensions to our understanding of dharma. Now, I intend to discuss very briefly a few of the articles that discuss the idea of the meaning and the evolution of the term. The book begins with Paul Horsch's essay entitled From Creation Myth to World Law. And it serves as a useful starting point since he starts from the earliest literary texts. He uses the Vedic literature, the Brahmanas and the Upanishads to trace the origin of Dharman and the subsequent changes in its meaning up to the emergence of Buddhism. He begins by explaining the etymological meaning of dharman, which is tree, and which means to hold, to support, to maintain. Unlike Gratman, who had rendered about 20 meanings of dharman in the Rig Veda, Hirsch suggests that in the Rig Veda, the root meaning of tree survived entirely in the older passages and is unnecessary to expand the semantic range of dharman at this stage. He observes that at the earlier stage, dharman was used in the context of a mythical cosmic act in which the cosmos came into being when the Vedic gods like Indra and Varuna separated the sky and the earth and provided support, to the sky so that it does not fall down. In the next stage, the sense of dharma transforms to indicate a continuous act of supporting, so the cosmic stability can be continuously maintained. Subsequently, dharma transforms into an independent and autonomous force which indicated maintenance of cosmic and social order. A profound transformation in meaning occurs at the next stage when Dharman is detached from the mythical action and the notion enters the human social level, where human beings are expected to participate in the maintenance of the cosmos by performing the cultic ceremonies such as the fire sacrifices. Ghosh suggests that it is at this stage that Dharman becomes world law. This meaning of Dharman becomes more profound in the later Vedas, and the term changes from Dharman to Dharma in the Atharva Veda. Since the Brahmana era, Dharma changes into various duties and rights of individuals and castes. Ghosh suggests that it is the later Vedic meaning of world law that Buddhism uses to explain that conformity to laws of world events leads to liberation or salvation. Now, I thought that I will go into the essay by Joel Brereton on Dharman in the Rig Veda, but the time that the moderator has permitted me, even with extension, will not allow me to go into that. I was not going to discuss the extremely important essays by Rupert Gethin and by Ole Kernstorm on Dharma in Buddhism and Dharma in Jainism, because I am restricting myself to Brahminical Dharma, and I thought of skipping Brockington's study of Dharma in the Ramayana and Fitzgerald's study of Dharma in the Mahabharata, because there are two people who are speaking on Ramayana and the Mahabharata respectively, but I would nevertheless speak on one or two others. Since I have talked about the contribution of Oliver in our understanding of Dharma, and since he himself is going to be a speaker later, I omit a discussion on his semantic history of Dharma, which I think is central to the book, the middle and late Vedic periods. But I am actually moving on to Richard Lariviere's an article called Dharmaśāstra, Custom, quote-unquote real law, and quote-unquote apocryphal smritis. This is according to me, extremely significant contribution, not only in the present volume, but also within the larger debate on the validity of Dharma as law and the Dharmaśāstras as law codes. Lariviere in this essay argues against Lingat's and Garrett's understandings of Dharma in the Dharmaśāstras. He contends that Dharmaśāstras should be understood as representing a record of local customs and traditional standards of behavior instead of conventional and Western concept of law. To him, Dharmaśāstra fit in more particularly as sources of law. He objects to Direct's opinion that Dharmaśāstra is not positive law and instead argues that these texts qualify as positive legal treatises because their provisions are based on normative values and are enforced by a properly constituted authority. He cites the verse from Narada Smriti, which tells us that the king is obliged to enforce even the custom of the heretics. This citation qualifies Lariviere's understanding of Dharma as localized or specific customs and the Dharmaśāstras as representing positive law. He explains Dharma as a record of local customs. I want to lay particular emphasis on a record of local customs in the background of Brahmanization of several geographical areas and tribes. As historians, this is a matter of particular concern to us. And then I go on to, therefore, no matter how far the Smritis did not approve of any customary practices, had to incorporate within their texts so as to facilitate uniformity and better administration. And I'll have one last statement on Donald Davis's article, Dharma in Practice, Acharya and Authority in Medieval Dharmaśāstras. Davis accepts the characteristics of Dharma as custom proposed by Lariviere and Weisler and carries the discussion ahead. He, however, believes that a due reflection is needed to differentiate between custom as norm and custom as a behavior pattern. He thinks that this differentiation is missing in the previous studies because custom and customary law apparently seems to merge into one undifferentiated category. His idea of acharya refers to norms or standards of behavior expressed in the form of rules, which are consciously and deliberately established by the elites of a given society. Now, here I will stop because I know that there is a serious constraint of time. Let me just end by saying two things, that there are so much more to this book than what I have discussed. And, for example, there is this wonderful article by Dominic Hujastik on Dharma literature and medical literature, and using a commentary of the commentary of Chakrabarti Datta and Charakasa Mehta, he has brought in the question of Dharma entirely into the gambit of medical literature, and that's fascinating. But we do not have the time. I said that I started with the justification of speaking on the Dharmaśāstras by saying that I have some degree of familiarity with the Puranas and they overlap and they draw from each other. Let me end with that. We as historians must look into this acharya aspect of Brahmanical law and even Buddhist and Jain laws, but Brahmanical law. If you look into the Puranas, particularly regional Puranas, you will see this emphasis on Deshacharya, Kulacharya, even Gramacharya, the acharya, the practices of a particular local, of a particular lineage, of a particular village. And these are centrally, fundamentally important. And it is good that the Dharma literature is beginning to recognize and to an extent centrally locating such concerns of historians into a more broader legalistic framework. Thank you, Suchandra, for giving me so much time.
Thank you so much, Kunal. There's an echo. I don't know. Can you hear me? Yeah. You actually acted like a perfect batsman and opening batsman, I would say. And your thoughts set the tone of the webinar. And the final statement that you made, that we have to go back to the acharas, that how important are the acharas, actually gives us like a kind of a stimulant that we need to look beyond the so-called classical and or the meta-narrative and look at our regional history, our region, and understand the acharas, the customs, the usages, which are so part and parcel of our everyday existence. I'm sure there are questions. Kaushik, can I see the questions? Or Kunalda, can you please switch on your camera now? Is there any question, Kaushik? Can you hear me? Okay. So Kunalda, you had actually given us a broad perspective of the different strands of writing on the dharmas, and the particularly interesting was your critical understanding of different scholars' idea of dharma, and it is in the fitness of thing that you also talked about Patrick Oliver's work, and as an opening presenter, and we are having Professor Oliver as he is closing the session, and we are very eager to hear him speak about the Dharmaśāstras. So now I would like to invite, and it is my honor to invite Professor Tapati Mukherjee, former Vice Chancellor, Sidhu Kanhu Bisha University, Purulia. Tapati, welcome. And she is also the former Director, Culture and Cultural Relations, Vishwabharati. She is also associated with the Asiatic Society in the sense that she is a council member and the library secretary. But these are all administrative feathers in her cap. But Professor Mukherjee's over is more than that. An expert in the Dharmaśāstras, she is also the principal author of The Uncommon Commoners, some notable characters in Sanskrit drama, which is worth mentioning, along with her significant works on Tagore and Indian Renaissance. This evening, she will speak on relocating Indian society through the lens of the Dharmaśāstras. Tapati, over to you, and we are eager to listen that how you relocate. For a historian, this term relocation is very important. So let us see, and we are all ears to listen to you. And I think you will be taking 35 minutes.
Thank you, Suchandra, but I think I may require some more time if you permit me. Allow me at least.
Okay, 40 minutes.
Yeah, let me start first, then I will request you to extend it.
Yeah, please carry
on. Thank you, Professor Ghosh, for your generous introduction. And I also take this opportunity to convey my sincerest thanks and gratitude to the organizers of this seminar, Madhuparna and others, who have given me this opportunity to share my views as a student of Sanskrit with historians. Because both these disciplines are so close to each other that I think that these sort of webinars will help interpreting and relocating not only our Sanskrit studies, but also history also will be benefited through these discussions. My topic has already been indicated by Professor Ghosh, that is relocating Indian society through the lens of Dharmaśāstras. Now let us discuss first the connotation of the two words used in the title, society and Dharmaśāstras. What is society? According to Webster Dictionary, I quote, society is an enduring and cooperating social group whose members have developed organized patterns of relationships through interaction with one another. More illuminating is another definition which goes like this, I quote, a part of a community that is a unit distinguished by particular aims of standards of living or conduct. So, society denotes a group of people guided by standard of living or a code of conduct. And here, Dharma caters to the formulation of a code of conduct which will ultimately guide the society. And now, what is Dharma? That is the most pertinent question. Derived from the root dhri, I repeat dhri, which means to hold or support. Dharma is an all-pervasive term and may not be construed simply meaning religion. Religion is no synonym for Dharma. The term Dharma, which has undergone several transformation of meaning starting from Rig Veda, where it has been used in the sense of ordinance. I repeat, ordinance or usage. It stands for codified principles slated to act as regulators of the life of the general milieu. Dharma can be interpreted, dharma and be taken as a regulator of the lives of Indian milieu. And this milieu is guided by social structure with 4 varnas and 4 ashramas, that is stages of life, embedded in it. Monu, the foremost of the Dharmaśāstra writers, has defined dharma, I quote, Viddadvi sevita sadvi nityam adveshti hridayena abhyanugyata jo dharma stang nibodato. What does it mean? The rule of law followed by the virtuous men in accordance with their conscience, while discarding hatred and malice, may be termed as dharma. So dharma is a rule of law, is a codified law which is followed by the virtuous men in accordance with the conscience, according to their conscience, and they should be free, they should discard hatred and malice. Now, there are 3 phases. The first phase is the ancient Dharmaśāstras. That is prior to Jaśko, the author of Nirukta, because Jaśko has referred to several principles, several Dharmaśāstra texts which have been lost. They are ancient Dharmaśāstra texts, and the approximate date is 600 to 300 BC, but those texts are lost. Then we come to Dharmaśāstras, that is 600 BC to 100 AD. And then Dharmaśāstras, also called Smritis. Manu has categorized them like Srutistu Veda Vigya Dharmaśāstra Muktubhai Sriti. Sruti is Ved and Dharmaśāstra may be taken in the sense of Smriti. And there is another phase which is also very important, that is the phase of commentators and digest writers, 700 to 1800 AD. Now, before delving deep into the condition of society as depicted in the Dharmaśāstra text, one thing we must remember, that the principle, there are several Dharmaśāstra texts, but there are 20 principal Dharmaśāstra writers who have been quoted by Yajnavalkya in Acharodhyay. There are 20, I am not going into details. There are 20 principal Dharmaśāstra writers starting from Manu, Otri, Yajnavalkya, Vishnu, etc. These names are important because I will refer frequently to these Dharmaśāstra writers. It is a fact that the Dharmaśāstras, representing the last phase of Vedic literature, constitute the kernel of ancient Indian socio-religious thought and concept. Indian society, we come across references to Indian society, pictures, representations of Indian society first in the Dharmaśāstras. But their principal emphasis of the Dharmaśāstras is centered more on ritual than reflections on society. It is evident from Bodha and Dharmaśāstra. I just cite one example, where the duties of celibate, scenes, expiation, penance have been enumerated with minute details, whereas the primary duty of monarch, the king, finds only a solitary mention. Now, emerging from this background, the later Dharmaśāstras, divided in 3 sections: Achara, that is code of conduct; Vyavahara, legal procedure, and prayashchitta, that is expiation, addressed several socio-legal issues and framed guidelines for moral and ethical life and smooth ongoing of the society for ancient Indians in entirety, and partially for today also. They have not lost their relevance. I will come to that point next. Now, admittedly, Dharmaśāstras represent a more or less reliable picture of the ancient society. But there are two constraints. Admittedly, they contain ample materials for restructuring histories, for relocating history. Suchandra has already mentioned that this term relocating is very important for historians. So I consciously use this term relocating or restructuring history of the period in question. But there are two constraints. The Shastras are replete with conflicting statements on several issues, and it is very difficult to reach a conclusion basing on these jargons on many conscientious issues. And the next question, there is another question which baffles us, whether the Shastras present actual picture of the society. Do they represent society, the actual picture of the society? Or they are simply prescriptions or recommendations how people should act, how the society should advance, how the norms and rules should guide the society? Are these simply prescriptions or recommendations? One may say that they can be related with the literature, but the literature also are, there is a reason why we say that we do not speak literature as a lacuna in case of historical combo, because history and literature has been interwoven, no doubt, but authentic historical information is lacking in most of our literary texts. So that is also a problem. So we are really baffled as to how we can construe, how we can come to the conclusion that these are the actual pictures of the society in that bygone days. Now let us come to the actual situation, how the society has been portrait, has been depicted in the ancient Indian Shastri text. Now, let us start with a debate, two debatable questions, that is Varna, and the second is the position of Shudras and women in ancient Indian society. Now, we are aware that Indian society had been categorized under four varnas, that is Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra, and their specific duties had also been mentioned quite unambiguously, a fact which led sociologist Binoy Sharkar to comment, I quote, "It will be evident to every close student of the Indian literature that the synthesis of the world's permanent polarities," I repeat, that the synthesis of the world's permanent polarities had been concretely demonstrated and manifested in the ever-moving gradations of the social polity known as varnashrama, orders and stages, unquote. Now, despite a mention of the so-called four varnas, including the Shudras, in a verse of the Rig, a very famous verse, we all know it, that is 1090, where it has been said that Brahmana asya mukhamashit bahu rajanna krita urutasya jad vaishya vadbhyang Shudra ajayata. The Brahman has emanated from the face of the Almighty. The king has come from his hands. Vaishya from his thigh, and Shudra has been born out of his legs. So since Shudra has come out of his legs, so Shudra can be construed as belonging to a lower strata. But this has been interpreted as earliest reference to the classification of Varnas. But it is a debatable position. It is a very debatable position because of conflicting statements in the hymn itself, that if we cannot say with certainty that this is the beginning of the Varna system. However, it is clear from the hymn, one thing is very clear, that Shudra as a social category was familiar in the Vedic society, and more important is the fact that Shudra has been accepted as a member of the society. He has been accepted as a member of the society, denigrated or not, we will discuss later, but Shudra has been a member of the society in the Rig Veda itself. A glimpse of the society, assigning specific job and training to each so-called Varna, is available from Manu's description, Prithak Karmani Akalpaya, that is Manu 187. Specific duties and work has been assigned to each. For Brahmanas, Vedic study, teaching, worship of deities, etc. For Kshatriyas, we all know, protection of the subject, study, etc. For Vaishyas, protection of the animals, trade, study. But for Shudras, the only assigned job is to save the three Varnas. Ekameva tu Shudrasya Prabhu Karma Samadhishat Eteshameva Varnanam Shustrusham Anasuya. The only job assigned to Shudras is service of these. They have to serve the so-called three higher Varnas. And Manu is the first formidable about the position of the Brahman. Brahman is of supreme authority, sarvasaivasya sargasya dharmano bambhana smrita. But despite the stricture of Manu against the Shudras, there are instances of other Dharmaśāstra writers showing lenience about the evocation of Shudras. A small Dharmaśāstra writer, Otri, not small, not so important, a secondary Dharmaśāstra writer, Otri, he had categorically stated that Shudra can take up Bharta, that is agriculture, cattle rearing and trade, along with Karu Karma, that is handicraft, work assigned to artisans. Shudrasya Bharta, Shustrusha Dijanam, Karu Karmocha. That is, along with service to the Dijon, the so-called Troivarnika or three Varnas, Shudra can take up as his livelihood, agriculture, cattle rearing, trade at the same time, other handicrafts, etc. But as I mentioned earlier, there are conflicting statements, but the same Otri, who is sympathetic to Shudras, has categorically stated he has prescribed death penalty, nothing less than death penalty for Shudras if he chants hymns or participates in sacrifice. Badhyo ragga savai Shudra jopo homo parantapo. However, Otri emphatically states, this is very important, I draw your attention to this very pertinent point about Indian society, that simple birth will not qualify a proper Brahmin. To be a proper Brahmin, only simple birth is not sufficient. Janmana Brahmanogyo. Brahman is known by his birth. Sangaskaroir Dijo Uchyate. But when he is cultured enough, he will be called Dija. Vidyaya Jati Vipratta. He must be educated. Then he will get the connotation of Vipra. And Shrotriya Strivirevacha. He will be called Shrotriya, a person well versed with the Vedas when he has training in all these three. Vishnu Smriti also recommends, Vishnu is also another very important Dharmashastra writer. He also recommends all sorts of handicrafts and industries for Shudra. Shudrasya Sarva Shilpani. It is a fact that right to education, right to property, and many other basic human rights have been denied to Shudras. Bharjaputrascha dasascha trayo eva adhanasmrita. They do not have right to property. But at the same time, there are contradictory statements about the status of the Shudras. So we cannot come to a definite conclusion. And more important is the fact that Manu, who we always denounce because of his ill treatment to Shudras, appears to be rather undecided. This fact is not being discussed, but he is really undecided about the exact status. How do we know? Because he says, na shudre patakam kinchi na sanskaro marhati nasya adhikaro dharme osti na dharmat pratishedanam. Shudra has no right to dharma, but at the same time, there is no barrier also that he cannot practice dharma. That is this stance. This is from Monu 10:126. You know, Manu Sangita has 12 chapters, and this chapter is almost near completion, near the completion of the text. And here he makes this statement that Shudra, we are not very much firm about what is to be meted out to Shudra. Neither he has right to dharma, nor is there any barrier to resist him, to restrict him from practicing dharma. So it is dubious rather. Shukraniti Shar, a later text, it also says, Monnante jati bheda je manushyanantu janmana taevo hi vijananti parthakkam namo karma bhi. That there is a caste barrier that is made by birth, but actually it should be decided based on his evocation, on how he works, etc. And there is another very important point regarding this Varna, that there is no strict principle that a Varna, that a person belonging to an inferior Varna will be restricted to that same. There are several instances when a person of a lower Varna has been elevated to a higher status. And even in the Dharmaśāstra text, we come across Jatutkarsha, Jattapokarsha, that is elevation in the status of Varna. If you I quote from Jagyavalkya Samhita, that is a very important Dharmaśāstra text. Jattutkarsho juge geya saptame panchavikra. In your 7th and 5th generation, you can have a chance to elevate yourself to a higher born. And at the same time, there is another provision. If somehow in distress you cannot live you cannot maintain your own livelihood by adhering to your own assigned job, you may take another avocation pertaining to a lower varna. I quote, Karmanang battaye vrittarthanang viparjase yatha brahmano mukhyataya vritya ajivan katrena karmana jived ittonukalpa. A Brahmin cannot earn both ways to meet. What will do? There is prescription from the Shastras that you can take up job avocation of a lower Varna, and this is applicable in the case of all the Varna. So what I want to emphasize in this discussion is that there is social mobility in the ancient Indian societies, and at the same time Shudras, whoever they are, Aryans, non-Aryans, Dasa, Doshu, whatever you may call him, they were accepted in the mainstream of the society, and they had their position, even if denigrated. But they had their position. They were not left out of the society, and that is the reason some general principles to be followed by all has been prescribed for the Shudras also. Ahimsa, Satyam, Asteyam, Saucham, etc. That is to be followed, non-violence, etc. That is to be followed by Chatur Borne of Brobin Monu. Monu has prescribed all these to be followed for the 4 Varnas. So, what I want to emphasize that there is there is no doubt cruel treatment meted out to the Shudras, but at the same time they have been accepted in the mainstream, though denigrated they are. And apart from the Shudras, there remain another group of people, the tribes, who preferred to remain outside the main periphery of the society, and they had been branded as Dasyu or bad people by Monu, irrespective of their language. Mlecchobachascha arjovacha sarvete dasya smrita. This is Monu 1045. Whatever they speak, maybe they are speaking in Mlecchobacha, they are speaking in alien language, or they speak in Arjobacha, in Sanskritic language, they will be branded as Doshu, and they lived in the outskirt of the city, and they should be given food in separate utensils. Bhinno bhandeshu bhojanam. Though they are outside the periphery of elitist culture, the tribes also tried to maintain preserve their own identity. Subira Jaiswal, however, felt that, I quote, a hierarchy of corporate groups developed owing to the unequal access and control of economic resources. This led to a transition from clan to caste. This is another interpretation. Now, another debatable aspect of the ancient society during the age of the Dharmaśāstras is the position of women. We cannot skip it. Women had enjoyed more or less elevated status and position in the Vedic age. They have been called Sahadharmacharini. They are expected, they not expected it in the proper sense, they shouldered equal responsibility with their husband. But in the Dharmaśāstra era, they were relegated to Pativrata. They have nothing else but unconditional surrender, allegiance to their husbands. With the induction of the Shudras in the Vedic, in the society, their participation in the production has been curtailed. Women's participation in production has not only curtailed, actually nullified, and they were thrown into the 4 walls of the household. Marriageable age was lowered. Right to Upanayana, education, property, all these have been withdrawn. Actually, they became stooges in the hands of their husband. I quote, you know all, Nastri Swatantram Arhati, that is from Monu, and it has been categorically stated that women are slated as machine for production only. Apatyartham striya srishta, that is Naradiya Manusmriti. And in Vishnu also is we said that very cruel rather statement that if husband is away from home, then women are advised not to dress themselves properly, and even they are uh, even they are not supposed to stand at the doorway or at the window even. Daro desho gavakshakeshu navusthanam. But at the same time, as we told you, we find that women have been eulogized to the infinity. The same Manu says that they are Pujarha Grihodiptaya. They are the lamb of the house, evam they are Mahabhaga. But at the same time, why? Because they are procreating, they are giving progeny to this society. So this is a debatable position. We don't know actually what was the actual state of affairs in the ancient society, but so far as we gain from the Dharmaśāstras, in this particular age, the women has been relegated to a secondary position. Now we come to other aspects. There are some social ethics. Four varnas have their own way of living, but some fundamental moral principles are to be followed, are common to all. Ahimsa, non-violence, satya, truth, etc. And another aspect of ancient Indian society, as depicted in the Dharmaśāstras, is the celebration of Pancha Mahayagya. What is it? It is a gesture, some sort of celebrations, which are a gesture of respect and solidarity with all. What is it? Adhyapanam Brahmajogya. When you teach somebody, when you learn somebody, you are paying respect to the Brahman. Pitrijagyastu Tarpanam. Tarpam, we also perform nowadays also. When you were performing Tarpan, you are giving water to your ancestors, you are to your ancestors, that is Pitrijagya. Homo Daiva, when you are making homo, that is you are showing respect to the gods. Boli Rubhautu. And Boli, this is very important. When you are giving, you are in this is an aspect of Pancha Mahayagya, you are giving some food to animals, to birds. This is a very important aspect, because through this you are maintaining also ecological balance. And Nrijogya is Otithi Pujanam, that is you are showing respect, you are giving respect to your guests, that is Nrijogya. Nowadays, when High Court has to intervene because the parents are thrown out of their home by their children, we find that ancient Indian society has prescribed, has recommended ample respect for your elders. I quote from a rather unfamiliar text, that is Vishnu Smriti. Traya Purushasya Oti Guravo Bhavanti. There are three who are very guru, acharya of a person. Who are they? Mata, Pita, Acharya. We can all understand. Teshang nityameva shusrusha bhavitavvam. You have to serve. You have to take care of these three. Mata, Pita, Acharya. Yatte bruyus tatkurja. You should follow them. Whatever they say, you must follow them. Deshang priyohitam acharya. You should behave in such a way which is palatable to them. Even a Shudra, who we are saying is denigrated, also deserves respect in his old age. Not only the elders, but you have some responsibility towards society also. Jaggovalko emphasizes, Annang pitri manushebhyo, deyamopi annaham janam. In such a situation, in distress, like these pandemic situations, you have a social responsibility to serve your fellow citizens. Hospitality towards guests. Otithithena varnanang deyang shaktya anupurvasam, etc. But there are so many recommendations, so many prescriptions to maintain. If you desert your father, your son, your sister, any of the family, your teacher, you will be punished. Pitri, putra, shastri, bhatri, dampati, acharya, shishyaka. Isham apatitannanna tyagi. Take care of this term. Onnanna tyagi. One who deserts another. They are to be punished. Sato dandobha. Now, another aspect of ancient Indian society deserves mention. That is, and because of this pandemic situation also, this deserves importance. That is, health and hygiene are also extremely taken in those bygone days, in those worried past. Otri says, Shariram, you should not behave in such a way that your health is affected. Shariram vidyate jena shubhena tu ashubhena va otyantang tanna kurbito anayasa sauchate. You should not oppress your physical fitness in such a way, your body in such a way that it becomes a menace, that it becomes a hindrance. Even you can desert dharma, but you must take care of health. This is extremely pragmatic. This is parashar. Good health is to be ensured, if at the cost of religious rites. You may not perform religious rites, but you should take care of your health. Rakshad ebang sadehadi, paschat dharmang samachare. We have reflection of this is another Sharira Madhyam Dharmaśāstras. Another thing, another aspect, that is environment. One should not, this is environmental ethics, that is also extremely taken care of, because our ancient seers, Dharmaśāstra writers, prudent and sagacious as they were, they could understand that nature is part and parcel of my existence. We cannot ignore nature. We cannot destroy nature. If we destroy nature, nature will put us into trouble. And this is we are finding in our day-to-day life. And that is the reason is there are specific prescriptions, specific recommendation that one, you should not pollute your environment. Vishnu says, no, you should not urinate, you should not throw dust, you should not pollute. What are those places? No aprachaditayam bhumo, no phalo krishtaya, no uddane, no uddanodaka samipare. You should not spoil these places. You should not throw garbages in these places, in the garden, in the adjoining areas. Environment must be taken care of for our own survival, as nature has been considered as an integral part of our existence. Nowadays, we are talking of planting trees. Our ancient writers had mentioned it long back as part of our social ethics. Vishnu said, Briksha, Briksha ropoitu Briksha. paraloke putra bhavati. If you plant a tree, that will be like a son in your next birth. We are extremely respectful about our next birth. So Dharmaśāstra writers take records to this sort of description. Even smallest plants, animals are to be protected at any cost. Vriksha, gulmo, lata, all these things are to be protected. Water reservoir is to be protected. Bapi kupo taraganam aramasya sarasucha nishankam rodhakashchaiva sa vipra mlecho uchyate. Mlecho is a derogatory term. The one who pollutes these water reservoirs, etc. He will, even if he is a Brahmin, even if he belongs to a higher caste, but if he indulges in such heinous activities, he will be branded as a mlecha. Another very important.
Sorry to intervene. Can you please finish in 5 minutes?
Yes, I will take not more than 5 minutes. I'm coming to
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Now, there is another important point which I must mention, otherwise the discussion will remain incomplete. To render maximum benefit to the people is the cherished goal of the Dharmaśāstras. Bahujana hitayo, bahujana sukhayo. That is the concept of welfare state also. For benefit of people, now land acquisition, that is a very debated topic nowadays. But even in those worry days, worry past, for the benefit of people, land acquisition by the appropriate authority is permitted. Non-nishedhyo alpa batastu shetu kolyano karaka. Parabhuming haran kripa salpo khetra bahuda. If you dig a water reservoir in another's land, that is for the benefit of a greater number of people. So it is beneficial for a good number of people. So it is not prohibited. You can acquire land if it is meant for the welfare of a huge number of people. So acquisition is permitted if it is meant for a good number of people. Consumer protection is nowadays a burning question. There is a separate ministry even for consumer protection. Consumer redressal cell is active. That also has been taken care of by a Dharmaśāstra writer. If you purchase something and then you are dissatisfied, you have every right to return it. Kritva bikriyo va kinchit jasya iha nushayo bhavet. You can change it within 10 days. If you purchase something but you are not satisfied, you can change it within 10 days. That is according to law. That is prescribed even our Dharmaśāstra writers. Now I come to my conclusion. It is a fact that the society which we encounter through the lens of the Dharmaśāstra occasionally marginalized a group of people. They may be outsiders, they may be invaders. We have faced invasions in various phases of history. They may be invaders. They may be a group of people who have been defeated by the another powerful group. They belong to the defeated category, whoever they are. They have been marginalized. Some people are marginalized. And cruel treatment to some extent has been meted out to them. But at the same time, the most important point is that it is apparent that none has been excluded from the main societal circle. Even the marginalized had the right to live his own life, undeterred in the face of all sorts of provocation. Either Shudras or women, they can leave their, at least the Shudras, they have every right, and Dharmaśāstra writers, I have shown, they are divided in their opinion, they are not firm in their opinion, they have conflicting statements regarding this. This all-embracing spirit of Indian society and culture had elicited admiration of no other person than Rabindranath, when he said that even in the face of tumultuous foreign invasions in various phases of history, India has practiced the ideal of assimilation and unity. I quote from his essay, The Message of India's History. There are only two ways open to a country so far as treatment of outsiders is concerned. It can either kill them or turn them out and so preserve itself from potential danger, or it can fit them into its own structure and give them a place in the economy. India has practiced the latter. That is, it has given them a place in their structure and has tried to establish little by little bonds of relationship with all. Unquote. So Indian society and culture represents a mosaic enriched by the contributions of various groups and sects. I again go back to Rabindranath. India has rejected and throughout nothing. আমরা কিছুই পরিত্যাগ করিনি, but has made all her own. India stands before the civilized world as an embodiment of the ideal of unity through diversity. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dapodidi, for covering such a huge canvas within a period of like 35 to 40 minutes. And the way you ended, like, which is very pertinent for the present time, with the quote from Tagore, and that the society, our society actually had the spirit of accommodation and pluralism. And this spirit of accommodation and pluralism has to be carried forward by our generation and the next. So this is a very pertinent theme for today. And I'm grateful that you pointed out the contradictions within the Dharmaśāstra, where particularly regarding the socially excluded groups and how the treatment is done. And I'm sure our students will also gain a lot from your deliberations. We have one question. There are actually two questions, but since we don't have the time, we're taking one question. So this question is by Shalini Shaha. It relates to your, if you can briefly comment on the difference between religion and dharma. And why religion is different from dharma.
As I mentioned earlier, that dharma includes so many things. That is niti, ethics. Dharma includes our day-to-day conduct. Dharma includes our entire structure of society on which Indian society is based. Religion means, I mean the Western connotation, religion means some principles only, but dharma is embedded in our life itself. We cannot alienate ourselves from dharma. That is the basic difference, because we are standing on dharma. We cannot dissociate it ourselves from dharma. Can I explain it properly? Huh?
I'm sure you did, and thank you so much for being here with us today and enlightening us with your presentation. Thank you. Now, my joy knows no bounds. We'll have the next speaker now. My joy knows no bounds in inviting Dr. Rita Chaudhuri, our Rita D, of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, a colleague and a friend for 3 decades. I think more than 3 decades. Her work focuses on social history, which includes gender and marginal groups, Though initially she started with the inscriptions and published a book also on the land grants. She has done a very interesting study on the vachanas of the great seer Khanna. And when we heard from her the different analysis of Khanna's vachanas, we were really elated to see the kind of impression that Khanna made on, particularly on the agriculture and agricultural technologies. Today, she will speak on representations of Ramayana in Cambodia. And let me tell you, this is a part of the departmental project, which the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture is undergoing as a as a part of the UP2 project. And it is on India and regions of Southeast Asia. And Ritadi is exclusively looking at the epics and their depiction in Cambodia and other areas. But today she will focus on Cambodia. Over to you, Ritadi. Please unmute yourself. Ritadi, please unmute yourself.
Forgot. Thank you so much, Suchandra, and to all my colleagues who have invited me to present this talk, and to all the organizers who helped the department in organizing this so beautifully. Now, I must confess that it has not been too long that I have been working on the subject, so my presentation will be very short, and I hope that I will be able to establish what I am trying to say. So, will I put off the camera, or is it okay? Hello, Suchandra?
Yeah, it is okay. Your voice is perfectly clear, so it's
Thank
fine.
you. Okay. The mesmerizing world of arts in its varied aspects, oral narratives along with available literature in South and Southeast Asia bears an unmistakable and all-pervasive influence of India's ancient epic, the Ramayana, in the present context. Significantly, the epics have been subjected to an ongoing process of recasting, both in India proper and in spheres under Indian cultural influence, which is indicative of the range and complexities of the South Asian narrative tradition. The embracing of the Rama story by people from diverse cultures and arenas, and the telling of it in distinctive ways, congenial with their own literary tradition, religious affiliation, genre, intended audience, social location, gender, and political context, bear witness to the plurality of the Ramayana tradition and its vitality and diversity. Obviously, the epics hold diverse meanings for diverse audiences. We may be aware that Valmiki himself has predicted that the story of Ram will continue to reign on earth as long as the sun and moon reign in the sky. This has been amply borne out by the sustained attention that the Ramayana commands even today. It is noticeable that in India and in countries under Indian influence, countries of Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Ramayana, and in countries of Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Cambodia, the Ramayana in its various forms has become a part of the cultural idiom with important implications for social and political life. Southeast Asian subjects of the monarchical rule have drawn inspiration from ancient legend to idealize Rama as the model ruler, and by extension have reinforced obedience to the monarch, as in Thailand and Cambodia over the past 2 centuries. Interestingly, elsewhere in Southeast Asia, religious boundaries have been crossed to draw upon Ramayana legends for identity formation or moral instructions. While in Indonesia, the story of Ram have been fitted into the Islamic tradition, in Thailand and Cambodia, the Theravadins have not only identified Ram and the Buddha as one and the same, but have also brought a multitude of Hindu divinities from the Ramayana into the Theravadin tradition. Obviously, the people of Southeast Asia have developed their own powerful traditions of the Rama story in their oral and literary narratives, their art and architecture, their music, dance, and drama. Now, if you want any more information, I'm talking to the students. You can see V. Raghavan edited in 1980 the Ramayana tradition in Asia. It has been rightly claimed, and I quote, "It is possible that its generic patterns of heroism, justice, human relations are flexible enough to accommodate and perhaps invite turns in the narrative, choices of episodes, manipulations of character and theme, and modes of representations that are embedded in the particulars of regional history and thus rendered self-reflexive." I in my quote, this is from Mandakranta Bose's edited Ramayana Revisited. Thus, in Cambodia, we find a pervasiveness of the Ramayana, known in Khmer as Riemka, that is the glory of Ram. The Riemka often differs in both narrative details and in conceptual orientation from the Ramayana, but remains true to its essential plot line. In common with other Southeast Asian adapters of the Ramayana, the Cambodian writers are faced with the problem of how to render such an extensive text. The main story in the first 6 books of Valmiki's Sanskrit epic exceeds 24,000 slokas. They opted for selection and compressed the main events into 5,000 stanzas, retaining a few of the subsidiary tales. Their version appears to be fairly faithful in content and in some degree to the and spirit to some degree. The main difference is that Rama's divine origin is stressed in the first part but denied in the second, a reversal of the emphasis of the Sanskrit text. Many of the proper names are modified in the Cambodian version to accommodate the exigencies of the language, while others have been completely changed. The Riemka plays on the care or glory of Ram, K-E-R, that is, or glory of Ram, or Priya Ram, Riem, as the Khmers know him. His wife is Nyan Sita, and his brother is Priya Lakshman. They fight the demon Rabon with the help of the monkey Hanuman and win back Nyan Sita. They are substantially more humanized than the Indian counterparts, and the stories illustrate human problems and desires, especially the personal relation between Priya Ram and Nyan Sita, rather than some divine plan for saving the world. Among the names that have been changed in the Cambodian version are Kishkinda, which became Khash King. Guha, king of the Nishadas, is rendered Ukhan. And Parashuram becomes Rama Parashur. And Shatrughna becomes Shutrut. I'm sorry that I cannot pronounce everything properly because I don't know the exact pronunciation actually. It is in the sufferings of Sita that the Riemka differ vastly from the Indian Ramayana. The first major difference is seen in the order of Sita's murder by Ram. Here, I would like to quote the Cambodian version of the story, a translation which has been made by Judith M. Jacob with the help of another scholar. And I just read out quote from her translation. The story goes like this. Otul, an ogress, contrives to get Sita to draw a portrait of Ravan. Ram finds the picture, suspects Sita of infidelity, and outraged sends her away, commanding Lakshman to kill her. Instead, however, he leaves her in the forest and she reaches the hermitage of Vajjaprit, Valmiki. Here, Sita bears Ram a son, Ram Laksham. Laksham is spelled L-A-K-S-M and in bracket M. That is Kush. He is actually Kush. One day when Sita has taken him out, the sage, thinking the child is lost, creates another boy, Jap Laksham. Again, the spelling is L-A-K-S-M and in bracket N. That is Lob. When they are youths, the elder boy shoots an arrow through a huge tree, causing it to shatter with a tremendous noise, which is heard in Ajodha. Ram, thinking that a powerful enemy is at hand, sends out a horse with a message on its neck to discover the intruder. The army goes out and captures Ram Lakshman. However, with the help of Indra's heavenly nymph Brahma, Ram Lakshman is rescued. Rama meets Sita and the two boys, but she refuses to return to Ajodha. Eventually, Ram tricks Sita into coming by simulating his own funeral, but she tries to escape. She prays for the earth to open for her and descends to the land of the Nagas. Ram, in despair, sends a message to her by an arrow to Lanka and thence to the underworld. I finish my quotation from the version here, and I continue with my writings. The very idea that Rama ordered Lakshman to arrange the killing of his Sahodormini seems hardly credible in any version of the Ramayana from India, where he is unquestionably an avatar of Lord Vishnu, the preserver god whose nature cannot tolerate the murder of an innocent person. He is also known for his love for his wife. However, in Khmer psyche, the Fra Rama is not quite the Lord as worshipped by Indians. Undoubtedly, he is revered, albeit in a subdued manner. The Riemka is more about human desires, daily conflicts, jealousy, and marital tension, which makes the hero of Riemka go to war, which is not understood as a divine mission. The Riemka, or glory of Ram, emphasizes on human acts rather than divine personhood of Ram. True, like the Indian Ram, Fra Ram represents all kingly virtues. He is courageous. He is a courageous warrior, righteous prince, faithful husband. Again, as in the Indian tradition, Fra Ram's brother, Fra Lak, acts as his shadow. But exchanges between Ram and Sita are often rancorous, and Lord Shiva intervenes to admonish Ram for his unjust treatment of his consort. Scholars are often of the opinion that such inventions considerably change the denouement and add a new spin to the tale. But certainly, perhaps less profound, but certainly not less striking, a departure from Sanskrit and other Indian Ramayans is the portrayal of Hanuman, he who is revered in India, particularly in North India, as a god. His reputation there is a fearsome warrior whose prowess is closely associated with his celibacy. In the Khmer version, he is portrayed as a monkey with his habitual irritating habits. He acts as a foil to the high-mindedness of Ram, while retaining his chief distinction as Ram's devout servant. However, even when he is engaged in battles and business on Fra Ram's behalf, his playful monkey nature shows through, and he is ready to woo a beautiful lady of almost any ancestry, and he rarely fails. Even after singeing Benjakoi, that must be Lanka, his advances are not spurned, and the princess Supannomacha, despite being thwarted when Hanuman stops her bridge building destruction efforts, succumbs to his charms. The Cambodian Hanuman is certainly not the chaste and proper monkey that one meets in India and Indonesia. The Sanskrit Ramayana was known in Cambodia from very early times. An inscription of AD 598 tells of the recitation of Ramayana, Mahabharata, and an unnamed Puran were recited daily before the deity of Tribhuvaneshwar temple. This has been referred to by G.E. Morrison and other scholars, and particularly by him in the Journal of Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain and Ireland. It is number 1, 1989, pages 122 and 129. Culling his evidence from inscriptional sources, H.B. Sharkar, in his Cultural Relations between India and Southeast Asian countries, has provided us with ample proof of the existence of the Rama story very, very early in Cambodia. Inscription references from Champa indicate that at least some episodes from Balokando were known in the reign of Roychowdhury, that is during c. 653 to 79 AD. Indeed, I don't know the pronunciation, the Tra Q inscription of his reign pointedly refers to the famous episode of the crown pair and to the foundation of a temple dedicated to Valmiki. There are pre-Nagari inscriptions from the eastern India pertaining to the reign of King Yashovarman of Cambodia, 889 to 900, and some of these were written in the Gauriya style. In one such inscription, reference has been made to the name of poet Proborosena and his work entitled Shetu Bandho and Rabono Bodho. Although it is written in Prakrit in 15 cantos, it is modeled on the Sanskrit Kabbo style. Other inscription references from the reign prove that at least certain episodes from the Kishkinda Kando and the Uttarakando were also known. In the middle of the 10th century, when King Rajendra Varman was the ruler of Cambodia, his inscriptions not only refer to episodes from the Ajudha Kando, but also from the Aranya Kando. We can then say that by the 10th century, all the Kandos of the Ramayana or parts thereof, excluding perhaps Sundara Kando, had become known to the people of the country. I leave out certain parts of it. I just go on to the next part. Now, in G. Pollard's written by Indian Epic Values, Ramayana and its impact. It's what published from London in 1965, and it was written by G. Pollard. In his text, we find S. Sarin, who is of the opinion that the Cambodian with its own language knows Sanskrit as well. Since the dawn of history, and some learned scholars speak of Indo-Khmer culture as the aspects of question are interconnected to one another. So viewed, the deep cause of the noble sense of gratefulness in Cambodian behavior is firstly due to the Ramayana, which had been well known, for example, through the bas relief of Angkor temples. Now, according to the stories of the Ramayana, which adorn the walls of Angkor temple, are supposed to have been built by craftsmen guided by Indian Brahmin scholars and sculptors. This is the opinion of K.M. Srivastava in his Angkor Bhat and Cultural Ties with India. The present Cambodian text on his part bears witness to such activities. Shurpanakha prepares to meet Ram as if she were a royal dancer. Maharik or Marich, the golden deer, is likewise described like a dancer, while gestures of deference and obeisance are similarly represented. We have references in I have my references in the article. which I'm not quoting at this moment. The magnificent creation of Khmer art, Bafwan and Angkor Wat group of temples have given an enduring color to the popular Rama saga. The present remains of the Bafwan temple consists of the usual pyramid of 3 receding terraces, the upper two with Mahabharat and Ramayana reliefs. You find this in A.K. Kumar Shami's History of Indian and Indonesian Art, New Delhi, 1972. As in other Southeast Asian countries, the Rama story in Cambodia is not confined to the realm of literature, but extends to Cambodian art forms from sculpture to dance, drama, painting, and art. The imprint of Indian art and architecture is evident in the numerous temples with which Cambodia is studied. I won't mention all the things. All the temples. One of the biggest temples for Vishnu in the world is situated in Cambodia. You all know that. Angkor Wat, the temple, and Angkor Thom, the town, constitute one of the most extensive, beautiful, and moving ensembles of the world. They reveal the genius and power of the Khmer people, of whom they are important legacies. Angkor Wat was built by Suchandra II, 1113 to 1150 AD. The dimensions of the area, the endless series of sculptural panels, and the magnificent facade with high towers are simply impressive, immensely impressive. The facade of Angkor Wat has amply been taken as a national emblem of Cambodia. The sculpture gallery of the temple is a wonder and covers wide-ranging themes of Hindu epics and mythology drawn from the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Harivansha. The magnificent temple reliefs at Angkor Wat present the most impressive representations of the story. I have said all this. So, the Ramayana sculptures are depicted in the northwestern corner of the complex. One is impressed on witnessing the almost endless, elaborately sculptured scenes from the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana, Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and also the Puranas. So far as the release of Prambanam in Indonesia, Angkor Wat, Bafwan, and Pantaram are concerned, it will appear that many episodes considered important in the work of Valmiki have been omitted in places and some new ones inducted. It can be said with confidence that Javanese sculptures have depicted the earlier part of the Ramayana as elaborately as the Khmer sculptures did in the later part. It would have been... Okay, I come to the end of my article. Interestingly, Bante Stray contains a group of beautiful small temples full of sculptural beauties from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. The fight between Bali and Shugriv and Rama, shooting his arrow against Bali, is a masterpiece. These temples were built in the 10th century AD. Only a century removed from Angkor Wat is the Bayon at the center of Angkor Thom. Here again, there are whole friezes representing scenes from the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. This in spite of the fact that Bayon is a Buddhist monument. However, it is nominally so, for in fact it reflects the true character of the Cambodian leader Jayavarman, who was neither a Buddhist nor a Hindu, but a Devraj, or god king. Angkor Thom once again displays the Khmer virtuosity which is carried forward from the preceding century and which ceases only with the disaster that befell this civilization in the 15th century CE. So, in my presentation here, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Thank you so much,
Yes.
Lizati, for this. And we are reminded actually of our visits to regions of
Yes.
Cambodia,
Yeah.
where we saw these things and the inscriptions, and like you brought back very wonderful memories. So through Dr. Chaudhury's presentation, we had a glimpse of the cross-cultural exchange between regions of India and Southeast Asia. She showed it through the lens of the Ramayanas. And reading, then also it brings us some questions like a reading of these texts, visuals and inscriptions. Through this, we may think about their possible meanings, that how do we read these things? And of course, the translation of the epic narratives, how the epic narrative got translated while moving into the mobility into the regions of Southeast Asia. So thank you so much, Ritadi. There are a few questions, but we have chosen one for you. And it says, can you tell the time period when the epic Ramayana accumulated into Cambodian literature?
No, that is not known. It is very clear. They have said that they have used it here and there in the inscriptions, all the incidents and all that have been given. The condos that are in Ramayan have been mentioned, but it is in that it is not clear when exactly this was accumulated into Cambodian literature, because it was done in stages.
Absolutely, very true. We can't pinpoint a particular date for this. Thank you so much, Rita. Yeah, sorry. Please carry on. No, carry on.
No, even for Indian literature, we cannot put an exact time. No, that's what we teach in our department. Exact time for literature cannot be given.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Welcome.
And
Welcome.
good to see you. Tapatidi writes that it's very nice to see you, Rita. So
thank you.
Now let us go to the next speaker. And it is a pleasure for me to invite my old friend Shoma Boshu, Professor, School of Vedic Studies, Department of Sanskrit, Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata, West Bengal. We had actually spent quite wonderful, fruitful time at the Asiatic Society, discussing, debating on many issues. And she was editing at that time the Supriya Sartavaha Jataka of Bhadrakalpavadana, and which was published by the Asiatic Society and very widely acclaimed text.
Thank you so much, Suchandra.
And today, and she had also worked on, I think you worked on the ancient Indian warfare,
right? That is my doctoral
dissertation. That's a very important contribution of Dr. Basu regarding, because we have very little work on ancient Indian warfare. So she also, and she gave a historical outline to the ancient Indian warfare. So today she will be speaking on role of Dharmaśāstras texts to form an idea about ancient Indian society with reference to the Parashara Smriti and Madhava's commentary. Okay, over to you, Shoma. Looking forward.
Thank you so much, Suchandra. I will be not using this my PPTs and all. So we are lagging behind enough.
5 minutes.
Sorry, may I begin?
Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Okay. Om sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramayah, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhavet. Om namah sadase namah sadasaspate. So distinguished scholars, respected professors in the panel, my friends of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, thank you so much, Suchandra, for introducing me in such a lovely way. At the outset, in the most pleasant duty of recording or of expressing my gratitude, I must record my special thanks to the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture of Calcutta University, the esteemed organizing committee of this international webinar on the theme, Literary Foundations of the History of Indian Antiquity, the Epics and the Dharmaśāstras. I congratulate all my friends of this department from the core of my heart for giving me the opportunity to present a paper entitled Role of Dharmaśāstras texts to form a comprehensive idea about ancient Indian society with reference to the Parashara Smriti and Madhava's commentary. There is no denying the value of the Parashara Smriti in the field of the Dharmaśāstras as suitable for the Kali age, that is the modern age. Yet it is disheartening to find that the author has not specifically dealt with the cases item-wise in his text, so that the people may have a correct idea about the appropriateness of his claim to modernity. In this humble paper, what I have tried to do is to discuss the relevance of the Smriti texts in forming the ancient Indian society and a few topics from the Parashara Smriti as well, keeping in view the points deliberated by Madhvacharya in his commentary on it. My first section is Smritis claim to have the same authoritativeness as that of the Shrutis. From time immemorial, India is fortunate to have a legacy of the richest culture enshrined in the vast literature, technically called the Shrutis, that is, the texts revealed, that is, not written by any human agency. And this was closely followed most successfully by another literature, more elaborate and exhaustive, having the appellation as Smriti, that is, the texts remembered, that is produced by human being. As is quite normal, the first type of literature is without any author whatsoever. The idea behind it being that the seers in the advanced stages of their spiritual exercises had the vision of certain knowledge, which they communicated to subsequent ages through oral teachings, being very much conscious and cautious about the correctness of the same. This accounts for the reason that all the Shastras, the philosophical treatises, excluding, of course, the Charvakas, the Buddhists, and the Jains, look up to these Shrutis as authoritative, as also of unchallengeable nature. But through all these technical endeavors, not only the genuineness of the texts have been claimed to be maintained, but also it has contributed to developments of a new branch of helpful literature, that is the Vedangas, which was auxiliary for the study and comprehension of the Vedic texts and also for their preservation. Hence, all of them ultimately lead to one goal, that is to preserve the sanctity of the Shrutis. It has been believed that the Shrutis, not being prepared or composed by human hands, have the potentiality of being declared as of permanent nature, that is Nitya, and inevitably Apurusha, unlike the texts of later ages. The Vedas, having been communicated by generation through memories, have always the risk of being lost or defaced through human frailties. Added to this, there always remains the possibility of deception. For all these reasons, the writers of the Shastras fail to the necessity of codification, and it is out of this attempt that, like the Vedangas, the Dharmaśāstras too had to come into the picture. And in this task, the Dharmaśāstras, as well as other Smriti texts, almost claimed the same authoritativeness as of the Shrutis. As Bhagavan Jaimini in his Mimamsa Sutra has mentioned, Apiba Kartri Samanyat Pramanam Anumanam Syaditi. The next section is Smriti and Dharmaśāstra texts claim to superiority over other texts. For a proper comprehension of the Sritis and Dharmaśāstras, it is worthwhile to note that the authority of the Sritis is strictly derivative in character, in the sense that these texts claim their superiority in as much as they are supposed to record the views of the Sritis directly or indirectly. In the list of Sriti writers, as collected by Mahamopadhyaya B.V. Kane, the celebrated author of History of Dharmaśāstras, we find mention of not less than 100 writers on law. These writers, who could present the views of the Shrutis to a greater extent in their original form, could have a better claim to superiority over others. Now, I go on to the next section. Sriti texts are intended for adjustment with the needs and requirements of the society. The rules of the Sriti in general are intended for giving final shape to Vedic precepts in adjustment with the needs and requirements of the society. In such texts of Dharmaśāstras, we notice therefore some such provisions which are mostly of general nature and therefore are to be applicable in all the cases without any expression for all time to come. There are again other classes of directives which may only be appropriate in particular content. Because of such a position, a considerably good number of texts have passed into oblivion, simply for the reason that the provisions contained in them do not have the stamp of universality. I think this is one of the reasons. Manu, the author of the Manu Samhita, himself in the very first chapter of his text has emphatically declared that the textbooks of religion composed by different writers should be made applicable for different ages. By such provision, Manu very prudently has realized that for a text to linger long, it is desirable that it should have a tendency of adjustment. In fact, society is always dynamic. Newer and newer situations always crop up, demanding solutions in the appropriate moment. If the legislation failed to keep pace with the changing needs of times, it is certain that the community at large could never accept the verdicts as final. From what has been stated till now, it is clear that the Shastras must have in them sufficient scope for provisions for the current affairs of the society. People in general always look forward to deriving inspirations from such legal religious texts for facing their individual situations. Now, coming to Parashara. Parashara features in the list of ancient legislators. Accordingly, we have the names of a sufficiently good number of ancient legislators, the list of which, even by the time of Jawaharlal, was not insignificant. We may cite the list in this context. Mannatri Vishnu Harita, we all know, Jawaharlal Yashano Yongira, Yam Apostamba Sangvarta Katayana Brihaspatihi, Parashara Vyasa Shankholikita Daksha Gautamo Shatatapo Vasishthascha Dharmaśāstras Prayoyakaha. The list is not yet final, inasmuch as with the discovery of newer digest texts and commentaries, new names of Smritikaras may be unearthed. When we come to Parashara, the most important fact remains to be that the author himself claims authoritativeness for the present age. Krite tu manava dharmas tretayang gautamaha smritaha dvapare shankha likhita kalu parashara smritaha. Parashara in first chapter, 23rd sloka, which means the code of Manu was the authorized code in the Shatya, the code of Gautama in the Treta, the codes of Shankha and Likhita in the Dwapara, and the code of Parashara in the Kali age. In ancient concept, 4 cycles of years have been recognized as Satya, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali. The historical authenticity of this classification is of course not beyond dispute, but according to the tradition, it is said about the Kali age that it is a repository of all vices and evils. I am giving details from the Parashara Samhita only. Sarve dharma krite jata, sarve nashtaha kalau juge. Parashara 117. All religious rules framed in the Satya Yuga have been extinguished in this Kali age. And again, Anne Krita Yuge dharma stretayang dwapare pare, Anne Kali Yuge nrinang yuga rupanusarata. This is Parashara 121. Different are the rules of piety in the successive ages of Satya, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali, according to the exigencies of each age. Parashara himself, by way of delineating the characteristics of the Kali age, has gone to the extent of declaring that in this particular age, there is abundance of evils and sins. Kalau tu papa bahulyam drishyate smorjate picha. It has also been declared that in this particular age, religion has also been superseded by immoral acts. Then what did he say? Dharmo jito hi adharmeno, satyo anritena cha, jita vrittoistu rajanaha, stribhischa purushaha jita. This is Parashara 130. Piety is conquered by impiety, truth by falsehood, kings by their servants, and men by women in the Kali age. In short, the tenets of religion become loose, undervalued, shortened, and finally belittled in the opposite sides. During the presiding time of the Satya age, moral principles, religious beliefs, and higher standards of ethical concepts were counted most. By taking into consideration the shortness in stature and potentiality of the people of the present age, I quoted from him this phrase. Parashara in the introductory portion has professed to declare in his treatise that people of the modern age would be able to find the provision of the law suitable to their purpose from his text. In fact, the verses of Parashara, wherein such a deliberation has been made so boldly, appears more or less in the same form in the text of Manu itself. It is more interesting that several other verses from the Manu Samhita make their appearance in the same context in the Parashara Samhita also. This has given rise to speculations that the text of Parashara, as we have it today, has not come to us in a manner which does not suit the context. Now, it is relevant to note that for pointing out the speciality of any legislator to formulate laws for any particular period, it is desirable to state categorically on a comparative basis the provisions which are intended to be emphasized. But unfortunately, Parashara has not gone to that extent. Yet, in treatment of certain rights, the text is indeed praiseworthy. The most important point, however, in favor of Parashara is the provision that whenever any crisis or calamity appears in the country, so much so that observance of normal religious rites tends to be impossible, Parashara permits under such circumstances the temporary relinquishment of the normal religious rights and obligations. It is only when, after one comes to the normal state, that one may attempt to practice the regular rites. With reference to the expiatory rites, that is prayashchitta, Parashara is supposed to have lessened some of the major formalities, so much so that people may not have to encounter or face difficulties in their observance. Very interestingly, we come across 3 verses which have been examined by the critics as more or less of the nature of interpolation. I am sorry I cannot give here the exact reference, but later on I shall give. The first verse refers to the observance of celibacy or brahmacharya and austerity or taposcharya on the part of the widows, who voluntarily used to be neither a party to remarriage nor willing to embrace the system of levirate or niyogo. In this respect, Parashara appears to have influenced by the directive of Manu that by following the footsteps of the deceased husband through celibacy or brahmacharya, it is easy to reach the realm of paradise. So well-known a verse, Mrite Vartari ya nari brahmacharya bhavasthita sa mrita lavate swargam jathate brahmacharinaha. A widow who betakes to brahmacharyam after the demise of her lord goes to heaven after death like brahmacharis. This is Parashara 428. The next alternative suggested by him and referred to later on by one of the greatest reformers of the day, Raja Ram Mohan Rai, is related to self-immolation or anumarana or sahamarana by the woman, which however does not find any of the important does not find place in any of the important celebrated samhitas except that of Angirasa, but unfortunately whose text of course has not been traced in original or has not yet been reconstructed. So far my knowledge goes. I have not seen the text, I am sorry. Parashara lends recognition to 4 types of sons as against 12 or 13 types as recognized by Manu, Yagnavalkya and other sages. The Parashara verse runs like this. Aurasa khetrajaschaiva datta kritrimaka sutaha daddan mata pita bapi saputra dattako bhavet. Sons are either Aurasa, born of one's own lines, Khetraja, begot on one's wife by another, Dattaka, filiated with the permission of his parent, or Kritrima, artificial, a son given by his father or mother in filiation is called a Dattaka, son. Another situation being that the Parashara maintains modernity of approach, especially in the verse, where very boldly he has approved the desertion of the husband by the wife under very special 5 calamitous situations as contained in the verse. This is also a very famous verse. Nashte mrite probrojite, klibe chapatite pato, panchasu apatsu narina patiranno vidhiyate. This is Parashara 4:27. The Rigvedic stanzas, in the Rigvedic stanza also we find the same. Udirja narija vi jiva lokam gatasu etam upashesha ehi stabhagrasya didhishos tabedam pattur janitvam abhi sam bhavhuta. Now coming to Madhuvacharya, the accredited gloss writer of the Parashara Smriti. Without going into the details of elaboration of the verse, a practice to which he is accustomed, he shows his aversion for such a directive simply by stating that it should not be applicable for the present age, notwithstanding the fact that the text he is commenting on claims itself to be an authority on the present age. It would be wise not to follow the footsteps of Madhava here, but to ponder over the verse on the ground that herein also Parashara is not exactly original, inasmuch as the same verse in the same form appears also in the text of Narada as also in the Agni Purana. It is not unlikely, therefore, that this provision is a later addition just to justify Parashara's modernity of approach. Now, Madhava's commentary attempted to fill the lacuna in Parashara. The unique feature of the Parashara Samhita is this, that he has not dealt with Vyavahara at all in his Samhita. Though this particular subject has been the most discussed topic in almost all the Sriti texts. While discussing this, a few words in praise of the commentary of Madhvacharya may not seem to be out of context. Madhvacharya prepared his gloss on the Parashara Samhita, which by far outshines the original text of Parashara. The commentary is actually a class by itself, inasmuch as it may be regarded as a genuine explanatory text, since it offers in a number of places explanation of the verses commented on, sometimes an addition of own comments. It is by nature a literary criticism, where the commentator did not merely supply the base, even supplied some such materials very important for procuring information regarding the actual state of affairs in the society. Madhvacharya, in his own way, attempted to fill the lacuna by supporting the provisions of Parashara in many ways possible. He has supplemented Parashara's lacuna by including a very elaborate discussion on Vyavahara, which has been regarded as authoritative in the Indian courts. In the first stage of his introduction, Madhvacharya has this independent section. He rather, in an elaborate manner, devoted more space in his commentary for justifying Parashara's stand of non-inclusion or exclusion of Vyavahara from his subject of discussion. We share, however, Madhava's sincere attempts to justify this particular topic in spite of the fact that in a Kali age, people are mostly given to sinful activities. There, Madhava has exhibited prudence and wisdom in favor of Parashara. He has, to the best of his capacities, collected relevant materials on the point and attempted to bring about a synthesis. It is quite interesting that Madhava, taking a secondary clue from one of the directives of Parashara, mainly Kshiting Dharmeno Palayat, etc., Parashara 157, composed a very long discussion on Vyavahara, and because of its scholastic nature, this has been accepted by modern courts of India, particularly South India, as authoritative. Now I am coming to the last portion of my article. Brahmana Kartriko Krishyadi. Madhava, in a short expression, has simply suggested Brahmana Kartriko Krishyadi, supporting to emphasize that Parashara was in favor of providing, especially Brahmins, a livelihood through agriculture, which seems quite different from what has been described in the Shastras for them. Madhava's explanation on this point may be regarded as strictly of secondary nature. For example, Parashara's lines are as follows. Sam prabaksham yaham purvo parasara vasyu jatha shat karma nirato vipraha krishi karmani karoy. This is Parashara 2.2. The Brahmins who daily perform the 6 religious rites known as shat karma should take to agriculture as a means of livelihood. On this point, we may add that under normal conditions, the Brahmins were permitted by the Shastras to have the specific means of livelihood through Odhyapana, Odhyayana, Yajana, Yajana, Dana, and Pratigraha, as directed by Manu in the 18th verse of his first chapter. Adhyapana, Dana, Pratigraham cha eva Brahmana akalpayo. To Brahmanas, he assigned teaching and studying the Veda, sacrificing for others, giving and accepting of alms. Now, Parashara's claim for authoritativeness in the Kali or present age. We must say that despite the claim Kalu Parashara Smritaha made in the Parashara Samhita, we hardly find any categorical statement or provision which is intended specially for the Kali age. His reforms also followed the previous Shastras without being exceptional, hence not to be praised as an independent authoritative text whatsoever. Also, Madhava is not scientific in his approach to defend Parashara. In fact, such commentators like Madhava are not accustomed to write dissertations in support of their authors over whom they are commenting. Still, Madhava has done so in case of exclusion of Vyavahara by Parashara. In conclusion, we may add here that in the text of Parashara, there are points which may be utilized by anyone to support Parashara's claim for authoritativeness in the Kali age. The major difficulty in respect of the acceptance of such claim lies in the fact that the text itself appears to be full of contradictions and interpolations. Besides, in the text, we do not have some such strong cases on provisions which may support Parashara's authoritativeness. Practically speaking, there is not much in the text of Parashara that may be seriously adduced in favor of his claim to authoritativeness in the present age. It would therefore be quite in fitness of things to accept the proposition that Parashara is authority on the Kali age with limitations. It must be said in the conclusion that there is no denying the immense value of the small text as the Parashara Smriti in the field of the Dharmaśāstras, yet it is disheartening at the same time to find the shortcomings which have gone unnoticed till Madhava's emergence as a commentator. Madhava has attempted to support Parashara's claim, though not with success, and in fact has supplemented the shortcomings of Parashara by a voluminous commentary on Vyavahara, where Parashara himself is strictly silent. It would not be absurd to surmise that it is by the efforts of Madhava, the commentator, that the text could supplement to some extent shortcomings to maintain its proper honor in the domain of the Smriti and Dharmaśāstra. Finally, it should be remembered that the name of Parashara has been mentioned in the Shrutis. Sa hubacho vyasho parasharjo iti. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you all. Vidyadvihi sevitaha sadbhi ranityam advesha ragibhi hridayena abhyanuj gyato yo dharma stam nibodhata. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shoma. Thank you so much for enlightening us on Parashara and Madhavacharya. We generally read more of Manu, Yagyavalka and others, but not Parashara is not very much within our ambit of studies.
Yeah, that is why.
So, it's very good that you chose this topic, and I'm quite intrigued then when he is a critic of the Kali Yuga. But as a historian, as a student of history, then the question that bogs me is that what is the time frame of the Kali Yuga according to Parashara? So when he talks about the Kali Yuga, is he the contemporary time frame? And you brought, that was also very interesting when you talked about the kind of temporary relinquishing of the normal rights. So this is something like the Abad Dharma that we have there. And it also shows the kind of accommodation in some cases when it is necessary for them for this. So
and he was very strong in that.
Very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There is, I don't have any questions here. So thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you. I will now go. It is now my pleasure, and it's a privilege and, of course, an honor to invite Professor Patrick Olival, who has kindly agreed to join us from far off Austin in the wee hours of the morning. Good morning, Professor Olival.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Lovely to see you. And we actually woke you up, I think.
No, I get up very early. I get up very early normally. So
okay, that's, yeah. So now, as we started the session with Professor Kunal Chakrabarti, and of course, when he was talking about the Dharmaśāstras, Dharma, and the classical law, so he brought in your book, and among the other things, there were a lot of discussions on your work also. And
I'm sorry to have missed this talk. I'm sorry
Thank
to
you.
have missed Kunal's talk.
No, but it will be there in YouTube, so you can listen later on. Yeah. To the audience here, we all know that Professor Patrick Olivelle doesn't need an introduction also. But still, we'd like to give him a formal introduction. And we all know that his works on the Upanishads, Dharmaśāstras, Arthashastra, and Manu are the key texts for anybody working on early India. And the recent addition to his body of literature is the Yagyavalkya Dharmaśāstra. And I just got my copy from Primus, and I'm enamored to see the kind of work, the detailed work is done, and it's very useful for us. Professor Olivelle's works on Ashoka also deserves our attention, and we are always using this in our classrooms. In fact, this morning also, when I was teaching Indian epigraphy and Ashoka, I was talking about how you have actually categorized the Ashokan inscriptions as an anthology and how one looks at it. An altogether different kind of work is his essay on the showbiz in ancient India, data from the Arthashastra, which he wrote for Professor B.D. Chattopadhyay. And that essay also became a hot favorite with my students and even for the others. And they are gaining actually some kind of, I would rather say that, inspiration to work on entertainment and entertainers in early India. Over to you. He'll be enlighten us on Hinduism and the history of Dharmaśāstra. Please, Professor Olivelle.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this new virtual getting together. I am here, how many, 5, 6, 7,000 miles away. So good to see all of you. So I'll get down to my topic, which broadly will deal with the literary history of Dharmaśāstra to begin with, and then look a little bit at innovations that has crept into the Dharmaśāstras over time and how that can be mined by historians for changing doctrines and practices within Hinduism. Okay, so I'll get down to this. I will deal with five subjects today. First, the beginning, middle, and end of the tradition of Smritis, the root text of the Dharmaśāstras. Then, the medieval tradition of Bhashya, or commentary. And then, the Nibandhas, or legal digests, that came into being around, we will say, 11th, 12th century. And finally, how the history of Dharmaśāstra mirror the changes in doctrine and practice that we today call the Hindu tradition. So, going to the beginnings of Dharmaśāstra, to around the time of Ashoka, in the 3rd century BCE, we should ask the most obvious question. Why are there Dharmaśāstras rather than no Dharmaśāstras? How and why did the genre of literature come into being? This is a question that has not been raised in any meaningful way in any of the so-called histories of Dharmaśāstra. A question that needs to be answered, at least hypothetically and tentatively, if we are to understand the early history of this literary tradition. In my own writings, I have given 2 answers, the second supplementing the first. Briefly, in my first study, I concluded that the emerging centrality of the term and concept of Dharma, both in Buddhism and in the imperial ethics propagated by Emperor Ashoka in the middle of the 3rd century BCE, prompted Brahmanical theologians to define their own religious way of life in terms of Dharma. As I have shown elsewhere, and this will come as a surprise to many, Dharma was not a central term in the theological vocabulary of Brahmins in the middle and the late Vedic periods, when the Brahmanas and the Upanishads were composed, say between the 6th and 4th centuries BCE. The term also occupies a marginal position in the Brahmanical ritual treatises the Shrauta Sutras and the Griya Sutras. I argued that it is the theological development within Brahmanical thought, making Dharma its central concept, that resulted in the creation of texts devoted to the definition and explication of a specifically Brahmanical Dharma, in opposition to the various Dharmas underlying doctrines and lifestyles of non-Brahmanical ascetic communities such as Buddhism and Jainism. We can discuss this hypothesis further in question and answer if you wish. Although I think this hypothesis is by and large still valid, new evidence has come to light that makes it incomplete and not totally adequate. There were other and more specific factors influencing the composition of the earliest Dharmaśāstras. Recently, thanks to Professor Stephanie Jamieson, who recently translated the Rig Veda, we made the discovery that the term grihastha, meaning householder, which is at the heart of the Dharmaśāstric project, was a novel term and concept introduced into the Brahmanical Sanskrit discourse from a Prakrit source. This term is absent in the early Vedic corpus, including the Upanishads and the ritual sutras. And it is recorded for the first time in the Apastamba Dharma Sutra, composed probably during the Maurya Empire, that is, in the 3rd century BCE. The term grihastha, although new to the Sanskrit vocabulary, is found in several Prakritic forms, such as gahatta. Its earliest extant use is by Ashoka in several of his edicts. In his usage, grihastha is always coupled with and contrasted to pravrajita, the ascetic who has gone forth from home into the homeless state. The root sta, meaning standing in one place, opposed to vraj, moving and going. As Jamieson points out, grihastha should be properly viewed as the stay at home, in contrast to the gone forth, rather than simply as any married householder. The two roots in Sanskrit, vraj and sta, with meanings of stasis and movement, are here opposed to each other. Both grihasthas and pravrajitas are viewed as religious people. They are presented as members of a religious community or organization termed Pashanda by Ashoka. Look at Rock Edict 12. In Pillar Edict 7, moreover, 4 Pashandas are identified: Buddhist, Jain, Ajivaka, and Brahmana. We can conclude, therefore, that in the eyes of Ashoka, the Brahmana community also constituted one among the many Pashanda groups within his empire. And it, like others, may have contained 2 kinds of members, grihasthas and pravrajitas. The new hypothesis I propose is that rivaling the theology of the ashramas, which presented a variety of lifestyle, especially the grihastha and the pravrajita, as alternative religious paths, the new theology appears to have been constructed asserting the centrality of the householder. This theology probably represented the mainstream of Brahmanical tradition. Yet it was markedly different from the Vedic theology centered around Vedic rituals and represented, as Jamieson puts it, a conceptual discontinuity. It had a lot in common with the ashrama theology, and the two coexisted in some fashion, sometimes in conflict and sometimes in harmony, but always in tension throughout Dharmaśāstric history. Its debt to the ashrama theology and Shramanic vocabulary is evident, not just in the adoption of the term grihastha for its central homo religiosus, the ideal typical religious individual, but also in presenting the householder life as an ashrama, indeed as the only legitimate ashrama in the views of 2 Dharmaśāstrakaras, Gautama and Baudhayana. And I quote, "There is, however, only a single ashrama the teachers maintain, because the grihastha's state alone is prescribed in express Vedic texts." One text praises the householder, and this is Vasishtha. As all rivers and rivulets ultimately end up in the ocean, so people of all ashramas ultimately end up in the grihastha. As all living beings live dependent on the mother, so all mendicants live dependent on the grihastha. I think it is the dialogue and disputes between these two Brahmanical theologies that are captured in the text of the Dharmaśāstras tradition, dispute that continues well into the medieval period. We see them articulated in the strong defense of the householder as the highest form of religious life. We cannot be far wrong then in dating the beginning of this genre of literature for the first half of the 3rd century BCE. As the reference in the 2nd century BCE grammarian Patanjali indicates, the earliest extant texts of this genre were composed in aphoristic prose or sutras and were therefore called Dharmaśāstras. The 4 extant ones are ascribed to Apastamba, Gautama, Baudhayana, and Vasishtha, listed according to their probable chronological order. The relative and, to a degree, the absolute dating of these texts are aided by the term and category Divija or Divijati, the twice born or man with 2 births. I have dealt with this issue extensively in a paper and state its conclusions here briefly. The term and concept of Divija are absent in the entire Vedic corpus, including the ritual sutras. The term is also absent in the Apastamba Dharma Sutra and in Patanjali. The latter is instructive because in his great commentary, the Mahabhashya, is a mine of cultural information, and he is exceptionally well informed about Dharmaśāstric notions. The earliest extant use of the term is the Gautama Dharma Sutra, composed probably in the 2nd century or early 1st century BCE. From then on, it becomes a cornerstone of the Dharmaśāstric project, and its use is common and frequent both in the Dharmaśāstras and especially in the Mahabharata. The conclusion then is that the category of Divija was absent in the earliest period of Dharmaśāstric textual production, and that the category was invented about the middle of the 2nd century BCE. The purpose was to bring under the hegemony of Brahmanical ideology articulated in the Dharmaśāstras all the upper levels of social hierarchy, and to thereby exclude other segments of society, including the Shudras and non-Brahmanical religious traditions, which are often termed Shudras in these texts. The Divija was a technical term restricted to the Dharmaśāstric theologian, and this is indicated by its complete absence in the Buddhist Pali vocabulary. So Dharmaśāstras can be classified into pre-Divija and post-Divija compositions. The composition of the Manusmriti in the 2nd century of the Common Era, about 2 centuries after the invention of Divija, was a watershed event in the history of Dharmaśāstra. To begin with, it was written completely in shloka verse, the first Dharmaśāstric author to do so, and it aimed at a comprehensive presentation of the duties of all twice-born individuals as also Shudras, including and especially the king. The significant advance of Manu, furthermore, pertains to law and legal procedure, the Vyavahara that Professor Basu talked about. It is clear that Manu had before him a copy of Kautilya's Arthashastra and incorporated much of the legal and procedural material from it. These sections comprise chapters 7 and 9, amounting to 1/3 of Manu's text. His classification of the Vyavaharapadas, or subjects of litigation, into 18 remain paradigmatic in later Dharmaśāstric literature. Another significant subject Manu introduced into the Dharmaśāstric discourse is moksha, or liberation, a central idea of Indian religions that did not play a major role in early Dharmaśāstric history. A major political transformation took place in northern India in the 4th century CE, about 2 centuries after Manu, when Chandragupta and his successors asserted dominion over much of northern India from their hereditary base in eastern India. For the first time since the Mauryas, another Indian empire emerged. But unlike the Mauryas, The Guptas were deeply Hindu and satisfied Manu's ideal of a king devoted to Brahmanas. All the post-Manu writers of Dharmaśāstras were indebted to him in numerous ways. They followed his lead and with regard to both content and literary style, writing for the most part in shloka verse. Yet we see developments in a variety of areas of Dharma, most especially in religious orientation and jurisprudence. Although in all likelihood there were dozens of such writers, there are only 4 whose works have survived: Yajnavalkya, Vishnu, Narada, and Parashara. Of these, Yajnavalkya was the most influential writer in terms of his impact on the later legal tradition. The text was composed probably in the 4th or 5th century CE in eastern India during the rule of the Guptas. The ascription of the work to Yajnavalkya, the celebrated theologian of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the founder of the school of White Yajurveda, and close associate of Janaka, the renowned king of Videha in eastern India, make it likely that the work was commissioned at least in part to support the legitimacy of the Gupta emperors. My critical edition of the text shows that the recension commented on by the 9th century scholar Vishvarupa is far closer to the original than that of the better-known 12th century commentator Vijñāneshvara. It is clear that sometime in the 10th or 11th century, a drastically amended edition of the text was made that, through Vijñāneshvara's popular commentary, became the Vulgate version in medieval and modern times. To a degree even more than Manu, Yajnavalkya incorporates much of the legal and procedural rules of Kautilya's Arthashastra. Indeed, some of Yajnavalkya's verses look much like versifications of Arthashastra prose. His presentation of legal procedure, for example, shows clear advances over that of Manu and Kautilya, pointing to a vibrant jurisprudential scholarship in the early centuries of the Common Era. For example, Yajnavalkya places emphasis on documents in his discussion of evidence. He is the first to use the technical terms lekhya and likhita with reference to legal documents. He is also the first to use the technical term divya for an ordeal, making it a significant part of legal evidence. For the first time, we see in his work the enunciation of a hierarchy of courts with the possibility of appeals from lower to upper ones and ultimately to the king himself. The age of Dharmashastric composition came to an end probably by the middle of the second half of the first millennium, although sporadic compositions of Smritis continued well into the second millennium and the arrival of Muslim rulers. Khane estimates that approximately 100 Dharmaśāstras are cited in medieval legal texts. Thus, the conclusion we have to draw is that the vast majority, perhaps as much as 90% of the Dharmaśāstras, have been lost in the manuscript tradition. Even if we question whether all the citations in the legal digests are from actual treatises, or whether some may have been floating verses in the memory of experts, yet it is clear that a large number of these texts have simply disappeared. Reasons for this large-scale textual extinction are unclear. The physical cause, of course, is that fresh copies of the manuscripts of these works were not made because no one thought it important enough to spend time and money to do so. Given that manuscripts in India, in the Indian climate, last but a few centuries, if fresh copies are not made, they will gradually become prey to decay and insects in search of a meal. But while people thought it not worth their trouble to copy them, remains obscure. After all, there were some Dharmaśāstras, namely the extant ones, that were copied and recopied. The voluminous commentaries and legal digests called Nibandha that presented topically arranged citations from ancient texts may themselves have made experts and students alike less dependent on the original text. There are indications in the digests themselves that later authors are citing not from originals, but from citations in earlier digests. If we knew more about the education system in medieval India, about how young students were taught the Dharmaśāstras, we would probably have a better idea about the reasons for this extinction. Did students, for example, simply study one or several legal digests rather than original Dharmaśāstras? Or did they study the original text? Or if they studied the original text, did the curriculum include only a few major ones, such as Manu and Yajnavalkya? Looking at the early medieval history, that is the last century or so of the first millennium CE, we see the beginnings of a new kind of textual production, besides the traditional commentaries. For the sake of convenience, I will call this the Sangraha genre. The Sangraha genre, even if the actual titles use different terms. In these texts, authors attempt to produce abstracts or synopses of the Smritis. One of the earliest was Medhatiti's Smriti Viveka, from which he cites several verses in his commentary on Manu in the 9th century here. We have the frequently quoted Smriti Sangraha by an anonymous author. Between the end of the Smriti period and the beginning of the Nibandha period, that is between the 9th and the 11th centuries, roughly, there was an interlude which we can call the period of the Sangrahas. During this same period, it appears that canons of Smritis consisting of either 24 or 36 texts were created. It may well have been that the 34 or 36 texts were given in manuscript form, like the modern Smriti Sangdarbha printed in Calcutta, and the Smritinam Samuchaya by the Ananda Ashrama Press in Pune. But new kinds of texts were also produced with names like Chatur Vinchati Mata Sangraha and the Shat Tringshan Mata Sangraha, compendia of the views of 24 or 36 Smritikaras. These texts are no longer extant, but they are cited frequently in the Nibandhas and commentaries. They were written in verse and give the views of different authors of Smritis on a particular topic. The often cited Sangraha, whose anonymous author is referred to simply as Sangrahakara, on the other hand, appears to have been a comprehensive compendium of the Smritis, and it is cited frequently in the Nibandhas, especially but not exclusively with respect to law or vyavahara. There may have been two such Sangrahas because mention is made of a Shloka Sangrahakara whose work is in verse and a Gadya Sangrahakara whose work is in prose. Or it may have been a single work in two parts, one in verse and one in prose. Although many of the citations from the Sangraha simply states the opinion of various Smritis without attribution, I have come across some where the author actually gives divergent opinions of the various authors of Smritis. Here's one example. The issue here is the time when the pot is turned up during a Shraddha. And Sangrahakara says, Yajnavalkya prefers the pot to be turned up before the dismissal of the Brahmins, while according to Yama, as also Shaunaka, the author of Agriya Sutra, it is done after the dismissal. According to Katyayana and others, however, it is done before asking the divinities whether they are gratified. So many views are given on this particular topic. A lot of scholarly attention has been paid to the Nibandhas, but very little has been to the early period of the Sangrahakaras. It is difficult to assess the content of Medhatiti's Smriti Viveka from the handful of verses given by him, but it appears to have focused on the hermeneutics regarding the sources of Dharma. The two mother texts, Chaturvinchati and Shat Trinchat, if you have to judge from the extant fragments in the Nibandhas, deal exclusively with Achara and Prayashchitta. They are not cited in the Vyavahara or legal sections of the Nibandhas. By the 12th century, however, a new and improved type of Dharmaśāstras text that presented the views of the ancient Smritis in a systematic manner was born. It was the Dharma Nibandha, or simply Nibandha. These texts did not simply give the views of the Smritis in condensed form found in the Sangrahas, as we saw in the passage I cited, but actually give full citations from the Smritis, with brief commentaries interspersed, so as to create a narrative and to remove any apparent contradictions among the Smritis. In more substantial and systematic ways, the Nibandhas introduce innovations in belief and practice of Hinduism. There has been a dispute among scholars as to whether Dharmaśāstras are simply theoretical and scholastic exercises which simply comment on ancient texts, or whether they reflect changing beliefs, mores, and practices. I firmly come down on the latter viewpoint. No literary creation can totally avoid the influence of the society in which its author lives. Even in the early Smritis, we see the introduction of new elements. Manu introduces the new ethic of ahimsa and favors a vegetarian diet. Meat and killing is allowed only within the narrow confines of the Vedic ritual. As we saw, Yajnavalkya, writing during the Gupta period, 2 centuries after Manu, makes legal documents central in litigation, something about which Manu is silent. He and Smriti authors after him have expansive accounts of ordeals as evidence in litigation. When we come to the 7th century Vishnu Smriti, composed in Kashmir, we find for the first time recorded in the Dharmaśāstras the practice of a widow immolating herself with her dead husband, the custom of sati or anugamana. The history of the resistance to and acceptance of these notorious customs within the history of Dharmaśāstra has been finely delineated by my former student, David Brick. It is, however, in the commentaries and the Dharma Nibandhas where we encounter substantial new sections dealing with new Hindu beliefs and practices. The most obvious is the incorporation of temples, divine images, and modes of puja into the Dharmaśāstric discourse. It may come as a surprise to many that temples and image worship are absent in the early Dharmaśāstras. Image worship makes an appearance in the Vishnu Smriti, understandable given that it comes from a Pancharatra background. But when we come to the 12th and the 13th century monumental work, Kritya Kalpataru of Lakshmidhara, which consists of 13 volumes, we have entire books devoted to such topics. There is the Pratishtha Kanda on the consecration and installation of divine images in temples. The Tirtha Vivechana Kanda, dealing with various places of pilgrimage and their Mahatmyas. The very extensive Vrata Kanda deals with the various vows and penances, vratas on each of the 14 days of a fortnight, on the full moon day, and on a large number of others. And other vratas such as Shiva Vrata, Chandika Vrata, Surya Vrata, Yama Vrata. Unfortunately, these Nibandhas have not been mined by historians of religion to understand the development of and introduction of new elements into the Hindu religious history. In one sense, then, the history of Dharmaśāstra reveals the history of Hinduism. Dharmaśāstras tell people what to do and when to do it, whether it is the quotidian tasks of brushing the teeth, taking a bath, or going to the bathroom, or calendral events such as shraddhas, weddings, and various sanskaras. But in another important sense, it is not the total history of Hinduism. It has little to say about the lived lives of marginal people. It ignores the lives of women for the most part, unless they intersect with men as wives and mothers. So we must be circumspect when we use this important resource for the writing of Indian history. And with that, I will stop and see whether anybody has a question.
Thank you so much, Professor Olival, for this fascinating discussion on the various Dharmaśāstras in the context of the changing periods of early Indian history. While I was listening to you, I was thinking of asking you about the societal aspect, that how the society influenced the Dharmaśāstrakars, but you, in the last section of your presentation, you had actually brought in this whole idea of how they were not devoid of the present condition. And particularly, and I am sure all of us are very indebted to you for bringing the sangrahas, because whenever we are studying, as you rightly says, we know very little about the sangrahas or the sangrahakaras. We talk about nibandhas, shastra, the sritis, then the nibandhas, but I myself, didn't have any idea on the sangrahas. So let us see if there is any question, or else I would like. Yeah, there is a question by Aditya Bhattacharya, and he says that he wants to ask you about the inclusion of Grahashanti Prakaranam in the first chapter of the Yagyavalkya Smriti and its uniqueness in the history of Dharmaśāstras.
Yes, it is unique, and I mentioned that in the edition. Some of it is taken from earlier Griha Sutras, and why Yajnavalkya or the editor included that. My first reaction as I was looking at it was to say this must be an interpolation that's come from somewhere else. And it is also interesting at the point where the Grahashanti Prakarana comes in, and is the very place where in Manu you have a discussion of the Vanaprastha and the Parivrajaka or the Sannyasin. So these were taken out by the Yajnavalkya author and put in the Prayaschitta Kanda, and then instead you have these coming in. But this particular one, the Grahashanti, is found in all the manuscripts. It is found in the Vishwarupa's commentary, which is the early 9th century. So we have no reason to doubt that it was part of the original or very close to the original edition. And only thing I can think of and see some internal consistency in looking at the Grahashanti is that it is specific, especially addressed to the king and the king's auspicious king's the life of the king, and how a king should remain proper, and the grahas can influence badly the king. That's the only slight thread I can find. But other than that, I'm as stumped as everybody else.
We'll take another question because I found this is quite interesting. Should we translate the word Dharmaśāstrakara as lawmaker or law recorder?
Oh, okay. Neither. So according to the Brahmanical theology, dharma is not made.
Yes.
So Dharmaśāstrakara is a kara, the maker of a Dharmaśāstra, not of dharma. And Dharmaśāstra is a shastra of dharma, right? So what is a shastra then? So a lot of work has been done. Professor Pollock has written on it. I
Yes.
have a little bit of this in the introduction to my Manu edition. But shastra comes with a tra ending, with a shas. Shas is to train or to enjoin. So training. So tra is the instrumental, that by which somebody is. So shishya, shishta, shastra, they all are etymologically connected, right? Shishta is one who has been done shastu. Shishya, whom shas should be done. And shastra is that by which the shas is done, right? It's a very interesting concept there. So, and according to the Brahmanical theology, the main shastra is the Veda, right? Veda as the central shastra. So in that sense, Dharmaśāstra is the codified way of presenting Dharma. Dharma, at least according to the Brahmanical theology, this is not the reality on the ground, of course, but on the Brahmanical thinking. If you look at Kumarila, writing on the Mimamsa Sutra, Dharma is not created by anybody. Just like the Veda, it is apaurushaya. Without a thing, right? So that is, I think, what is that. So when you say Manu's Dharmaśāstra is the Manu's version of writing a Dharma, right? So in a sense, I would say I normally say Manu's code of law. So it's the code is connected to Manu, not the law, right?
Yeah. And that's how you explain in your book.
No, we have a problem with the term law, because law in the modern sense of the word English is something you practice in the court, right? It's a legal thing. But I take law in the more traditional sense. We talk about Jewish law. We talk about Islamic law. So in a sense, it is broadly a religious law within which is encoded both personal law, family law, and criminal law, and civil law. So all of that are part of a much larger concept of law.
Thank you so much. We are really enlightened. Today we don't have much time, otherwise we could have gone with you with a lot of questions. And thank you so much for being with us and for your things. And we're really enlightened.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. The last speaker, thank you so much. The last but not the least important speaker of today's webinar is Dr. Kanad Sinha, the youngest of the lot. He's the assistant professor in the Department of Ancient Indian and World History, the Sanskrit College and University, Calcutta. I'm indeed delighted to have him on board. Kanad represents our next generation of practitioners of history who has already made a mark as a serious scholar and a teacher. Apart from the jointly edited book with Professor Kunal Chakrabarti, as I said earlier, his essays on the Khandav Dahana, the Dashakumara Charita, on amusements in early India are particularly noteworthy, but there are many. He has published a lot. And he is also a two-time recipient of the Best Paper Prize, V.K. Thakur Memorial Prize from the Indian History Congress and the Ancient Indian section. And I'm very happy to say that Oxford University Press is publishing his doctoral thesis, and we're looking forward to the publication of the monograph. Today, he will speak on the Chandala king, the Kshatriya priest, and the Brahmana, epic tradition and social history. Over to you, Kanad. Yeah. Kanad, you have to unmute yourself. You are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So,
please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Suchandra, for the introduction. And this has been a very enriching discussion throughout the day. And though there are two genres of texts which have been chosen for today's discussion, the epics and the Dharmaśāstras. Now, on the Dharmaśāstras, there have been quite thorough discussions, starting with Professor Kunal Chakrabarti's and ending with Professor Patrick Olivel's. Now, I will try to focus on the epic tradition, which I am more familiar with. And by looking at the epic tradition, I'll speak on one particular legend today. And what I'll try to do is understanding social history of ancient India from a different angle. By a different angle, I refer to a particular historiographical approach, that what we have heard today in the discussions about Dharmaśāstras, these Dharmaśāstras have often been the most quoted texts for understanding ancient Indian social history. One reason for that is probably the Manusmriti was one of the earliest translated texts in the colonial period, and also because probably the colonial administrators, particularly the Orientalists, had an intention to understand the Indian society from a religio-legal standpoint, and one of their major informants were the Brahman priests, or even if not the priests, the Brahmins in general, for understanding what they understood as Hindu law, and of course the Muslim clerics for understanding what they called the Muslim law. And the civil code in our country still continues with that tradition. So the understanding of ancient Indian legal tradition and the understanding of social norms have often been dominated by the Dharmasāstric approach, particularly in the colonial period. But even after that, though various dimensions of early Indian social history have been discussed, our sources for understanding social history, apart from the creative literature, have been mainly the Brahmanical texts, or when we looked for counter traditions, we have looked at the heterodox religious texts countering the Brahmanical tradition. Now, what if we try to look at early Indian social history from a different angle? The problem with looking at early Indian social history from a different angle, and by different angle, I mean the non-Brahmanical approach. And non-Brahmanical does not necessarily mean an alternative Shramanic religious tradition. The Brahmanical society, based on the Varna and the Ashrama system, had been conceived and dominated by the standpoint of the Brahmanas. So what we generally understand as the caste system usually has the Brahman on the top and the untouchable at the bottom, and there could be various kinds of hierarchies in between. But whatever we know of early Indian history tells us that this neat hierarchy might not have been always accepted by every social group. That was probably one of the major reasons why heterodox religions came up on the first place, that other social groups apart from the Brahmanas might not have liked this particular way of structuring the society. And even the place of the Brahman on the top has not been unchallenged. Scholars like Declan Quigley and others have shown that there have always been a tussle between the Brahman and the Kshatriya about who should be at the top of the social hierarchy. We know that most prominent religious teachers of the heterodox traditions came from the Kshatriya background, and in both Buddhist and Jaina conceptualization of social hierarchy, the Kshatriyas are often put on the top and the Brahmanas after them. So these challenges were there in the society from the Kshatriyas and maybe from other social groups as well. But the constraint we have is the lack of sources, because since after a period of time, the Brahmanas monopolized Sanskritic learning and they controlled the composition and dissemination of the ritual texts. Therefore, when we look at our sources, it is the standpoint of the Brahmana which comes to us in a more apparent and visible way. But if we try to look at the voice of the other social groups, it is very difficult to find a source. Now, looking at the epics as a source of social history also have been dominated by the standpoint from which we have prioritized the Dharmasāstric view in understanding social history, because the social outlook of the epics have been studied mostly with a focus on the sections which are considered the most Brahmanized sections. Because one of the dominant theory about understanding both the Ramayana and Mahabharata have been that these texts were created out of oral bardic traditions, but they have been Brahmanized later. And Brahmanization process involved a revision of the entire text, but more importantly, addition of new books in the bodies of the epics. So the Uttarakanda definitely in case of the Ramayana and maybe parts of the Balakanda, and in case of the Mahabharata, the books like the Shanti Parvan and Anushasana Parvan have been considered the most highly Brahmanized additions in the bodies of these epics. And these portions have been called didactic sections by many scholars who tried to separate the older and newer layers of these epics. So when we try to understand the didactic lessons of the epics, focus have been more on these particular sections. And the social outlook which is portrayed in the Uttarakanda of the Ramayana, or say the Shanti Parvan and Anushasana Parvan of the Mahabharata, is very much similar to that of the Dharmaśāstras. Probably the same group were the composers of both, because in case of the Mahabharata, it is assumed by many scholars from Suchandra to Goldman that the Bhargavas had a prominent role in composing the Shanti Parvan and Anushasana Parvan. And we know that Manusmriti, being probably the most authoritative of the Dharmaśāstras, is also known as Bhrigu Samhita. So probably both the Manusmriti and the Shanti Parvan of the Mahabharata are Bhargava texts. There are overlaps between these texts as well. So today I am choosing a particular legend to look at early Indian social history through the epics from a different point of view. The point of view is that though Brahmanization had taken place in the epics, there is no doubt about that, but this Brahmanization was not happening on an empty field. There were other social groups who might have had different standpoints, and at least some of them were represented in the epics, because the epics, being encyclopedic texts, incorporated various materials, unlike the Dharmaśāstras, which were totally representative of the normative prescriptive Brahmanas mindset. The epics incorporated different materials from different traditions. Now, some of these traditions might not have an Brahmana origin. There was a debate between A.F. Parjitar and A.B. Keith in the colonial period, whereas Parjitar believed that there were two completely distinct Brahmana and Kshatriya traditions within the epic Puranic tradition. So on one hand, we have the narratives of the Brahmanas, on the other hand, we have the narrative of the Kshatriyas, which they are paid birds like the Sutas and Magadhas composed for them. And Keith did not support this kind of separation. Probably a clear-cut separation is not possible, but of course there were bardic composers and performers who were representing their patrons, who might have been Kshatriya kings, and there could have been a contest between various traditions when the epics were still taking shape. And if we can still find out some strands of this contest, diverse social outlooks, then we may have an avenue to look at certain stories, legends, which were probably present at the popular level. The birds might have picked them up while representing their standpoint and incorporated them within the epics, but there could have been other versions in alternative traditions as well. So I'll choose one particular legend. The title says about a Chandala king, a Kshatriya priest, and a Brahman, who are, the Chandala king is Trishanku, the Kshatriya priest is Vishwamitra, and the Brahman is Vasishtha, respectively. This is a particular legend which has been elaborately discussed in the Ramayana and alluded to in the Mahabharata also. I'll focus on the Ramayana version of the story because that is more detailed. But I cannot start with the story without giving a background of these characters, because particularly Vishwamitra and Vasishtha has a prehistory before they appear as characters in the epics and the Puranas. And that prehistory is connected with the earliest period of Vedic composition, that is the Samhita section of the Rig Veda. Both Vishwamitra and Vasishtha are prominent poet priests in the Rig Veda Samhita, Vasishtha probably the most prominent one. And this prominence of Vasishtha was possibly a result of his political affiliation. So in the Rig Veda Samhita, we hear about various groups of Vedic people, the Vedic Janas, who were functioning as political units and fighting with each other. And gradually, by the end of the Rig Vedic period, one of them, the Bharatas, defeat many other Janas and establish a kind of political hegemony over others. Now, this Bharata triumph is quite well documented in the Rig Veda. These people are nomadic people, and we can trace the journey of the Bharatas crossing one river after another under the leader Sudas. So Sudas, being the chief of the Bharatas, was crossing the Bias and Satluj when his chief priest Vishwamitra is praying to the rivers for a safe crossing of these particular rivers. We hear of Sudas organizing a horse sacrifice and Vishwamitra still being a priest there. The Rig Veda indicates that there is some trouble between Vishwamitra and some other priestly groups in Sudas's Ashwamedha, and later on we see that Vishwamitra has been dismissed from the office of the chief priest of Sudas, and Vasishtha is occupying this particular place. This Vasishtha is not from any of the known famous priestly families in the Rig Vedic world. He might have been an immigrant. If Michael Witzel is correct, then probably an Iranian immigrant. That is not important for our discussion today. So Vasishtha is the priest who replaces Vishwamitra, and Vishwamitra organizes a confederacy of 10 tribes, 10 Janas against Sudas. That is the background of the most famous political event of the Rig Vedic period, the Battle of 10 Kings, where Sudas defeats this confederacy, and then the Bharatas march further. The Battle of 10 Kings takes place on the banks of Parusni, which is Ravi, and from Vasishtha's poetry, we see that Sudas had moved up to the banks of the river Yamuna. In the later sections of the Rig Veda, we get another indication that one of the defeated tribes, the Purus, probably came together with the Bharatas and they formed a new tribe, the Kurus, the most important Jana in the early part of the later Vedic period. And when these Janas were settling down, establishing Janapadas, the Kuru Janapada could have been the earliest proto-state of the Indian subcontinent, leaving out the Harappan period. So this is the background of the clash between the poets, priests, Vishwamitra and Vasishtha. These are probably historical figures. But in epic Puranic tradition, they come back as rishis and they are quite antagonistic to each other, but the story turns into a Brahmana-Kshatriya conflict. In both Mahabharata and the Ramayana, this story is told where we see that Vasishtha is a devoted Brahmana, Vishwamitra is a king, a proud king who visits Vasishtha's ashram. He wants Vasishtha's wish-fulfilling cow. Vasishtha is reluctant to hand over this cow. Vishwamitra wants to take the cow by force. The cow produces an army to defend itself, and in the ensuing battle, Vishwamitra, the name remains Vishwamitra in some stories, it becomes Vishwaratha as a king in some others. He is defeated. He understands that the might of the Kshatriya is not as important as the might of the Brahmana, and the Brahmana's might comes from austerity, not from martial valor. So Vishwamitra starts performing austerity to become a Brahmana. In the Mahabharata, the story is shorter. There we see that Vishwamitra eventually becomes a Brahmana. In the Ramayana, there are various stages in this journey. So Vishwamitra, being a king, starts performing austerities to become a Brahmarshi like Vasishtha. Because the Brahmarshi, the Brahmin sage, is the most powerful being. But you cannot directly become a Brahmarshi while performing austerities. First, you become a Rajarshi. That is, you still retain your Kshatriya identity, but you are recognized as a Rishi. Then you become a proper Rishi. Then you become a great Rishi, that is Maharshi. And finally, he could become Brahmarshi. And he had to face many obstacles in all these stages, including seduction by the Apsara Menaka, another attempted seduction by Apsara Rambha, and there are many diversions from his journey. Then he comes back to perform austerities. So many stories are included in this Vasishtha Vishwamitra cycle, which is of course a later addition to the Valmiki Ramayana and included in the Balakanda. Now, this particular story in Ramayana is even more Brahmanized than the version present in the Mahabharata, because in the Ramayana we also see that the wish-fulfilling cow herself delivers a sermon on how great the Brahmans are. We see that Vishwamitra obtains some divine missiles and throws them at Vasishtha, but Vasishtha stops all of them with only his Brahmana staff. So the glory of the Brahmana is highlighted even more in the Ramayana story than the Mahabharata story. But interestingly, within this cycle of Vishwamitra Vasishtha stories in the Ramayana, there are some elements, one particular legend, which is an exact opposite of the message of the other stories, and that is the legend of Trishanku. So now I come to this particular legend, the legend of Trishanku. What do we see in the legend of Trishanku? In this story, we must remember that Vishwamitra is still undergoing his journey to become a Brahmarshi. He has not become a Brahmarshi yet. Vasishtha is a Brahmarshi. Vishwamitra is now a Rajarshi. So he is still a Kshatriya, not a Brahman, though he is a Rishi and he has performed some austerities, obtained some power. At that time, there is a king called Trishanku, the king of Ayodhya, the Ikshaku king of Ayodhya, and Vasishtha is the family priest of the Ikshakus. Now, Trishanku wants to go to the heaven in his mortal body, and he wants Vasishtha to perform a sacrifice for obtaining this end. Vasishtha says that this is not possible. He refuses him. He then goes to Vasishtha's sons. They are angry because they say if their father has said it is impossible, then it is impossible. But Trishanku is not convinced. He tells them that he will take some other resort to obtain his end. This infuriates Vasishtha's sons, and they curse him to become a Chandala. Now, how does one become a Chandala? What change happens in Trishanku? He does not lose his knowledge, he does not lose his virtues, only his appearance changes. If we look at how the Ramayana describes it, that Trishanku suddenly discovers that he is Nilo Bastradhara Nilo Purushodhvasta Murdhaja Chityo Malyanulepascha Ayusa Bharano Bhavat. So this is the Dharmasāstric description of a Chandala, wearing dark clothes, smeared in ashes from the places where the last rites are performed, and wearing iron ornaments. So this is the transformation that happens in Trishanku. So being a Chandala is a matter of physical appearance rather than innate qualities that is being indicated. And as he became a Chandala who is an untouchable, his ministers and counselors leave him. So Trishanku goes to Vishwamitra. Vishwamitra feels compassion for him, and here Trishanku tells Vishwamitra about his plight. He says that he has been ruined by fate, though he is a man of good action. He describes that how righteous he is. He has performed all kinds of acts of righteousness. He has never said a lie, and nor will he say a lie. He has performed sacrifices. He has been a good king. All this, still fate has turned him into a Chandala. So again, Trishanku is asserting his innate qualities, which remains that of a good righteous king. But his physical appearance is of a Chandala. Now, Chandala is not even like a Shudra, who is at least part of the Varna order. The Chandala is even beyond that. Chandala is an untouchable. So, according to the prevalent belief, the Chandala cannot enter heaven. The first obstacle was, of course, nobody can enter heaven in the mortal body, but now he's a Chandala who cannot obtain heaven even after death. But Vishwamitra decides to undertake this sacrifice. He promises to send Trishanku to heaven in his mortal body, and he organizes this sacrifice, still being a Kshatriya, and he invites all sages from all parts of the country. Then, fearing Vishwamitra's wrath, most sages come, except Vasishtha and his sons. And Vasishtha's sons also say, Kshatriyo yajako yasya chandalasya visheshata katham sadasi bhoktara habistasya shurarshaya. Brahmana ba mahatmano bhuktva chandalo bhojanam kathang swargam gamishanti vishwamitreno palita. In a sacrifice where the priest is a kshatriya and the sacrifice is of a chandalo, how would the gods and the brahmanas go there and accept part of that sacrifice? And if the brahmanas accept the food offered by a chandalo, is Vishwamitra so powerful that they still would retain their purity? That is the question which is being asked by Vasishtha's sons. That is the ideal Dharmashastric position, that a Brahman cannot accept Chandala's food. A Chandala should not be a patron of a Vedic sacrifice. And also the officiating priest is supposed to be a Brahmana, not a Kshatriya. So when Vishwamitra performs this sacrifice, it is a failure. The gods don't come to the sacrifice to accept the offerings. But now Vishwamitra, through the power of his austerities, he sends Trishanku to heaven in his mortal body. That is not the result of the sacrifice, the Vedic ritual, because that has failed because the gods haven't yet come to partake of the offering. So how is Vishwamitra sending Trishanku to heaven? Is it some kind of magical power? That is a very important question. I'll come back to why. The gods, of course, don't accept a Chandala in heaven. So Indra and the other gods banish Trishanku from heaven, and when he's falling down with his head upside down to earth, Vishwamitra halts his fall midway, and then Vishwamitra, being angry, decides to create new heaven, new constellations, new gods. And there we get a statement from Vishwamitra. He's not only creating new constellations and a new heaven, he says, Anyam Indrang Kodishyami Lokoba Sayadanendraka. He's so angry at Indra that he is saying, I will make a different Indra, or maybe it is better that there should be no Indra. So that is an atheistic statement in a way. And probably it is more than atheism. It indicates that human beings have the power to make or unmake gods. And Vishwamitra is clearly threatening to create new gods. That's when the gods come, make a compromise. They accept the new creations of Vishwamitra, and they let Trishanku remain in the new heaven created by Vishwamitra, new part heaven, so that Vishwamitra stops from his endeavor of creating new gods. What is this particular story about? Is it a story of heterodoxy, where some section of the Brahmanical priesthood breaks off from the Brahmanical tradition, they create new gods, or probably they create new traditions like Jainism or Buddhism where there is no god? Is it the possibility being indicated here? And both Buddhist and Jain traditions and many other heterodox traditions accepted even Chandalas in their monkhood. So the Chandalas are being allowed religious rites in these heterodox traditions. Is it a story of a compromise with that tradition? The other important thing is the very story that Trishanku remains upside down. Is it a story about the Brahmanical tradition being upside down? Looking at the Brahmanical tradition from a bottom-up approach, not a top-down approach, from the standpoint of the Chandala. Because here is a Chandala king who is claiming that by innate qualities, he is not an inferior. It is only fate which has made him a Chandala. Of course, birth is also an accident of fate. And what if a Chandala has innate qualities? What if a Kshatriya has the power to become a priest? Still, his Vedic sacrifice has not been successful, but he has alternative powers through his austerity, through his magical ability, whatever. And one popular interpretation of this story of Vishwamitra creating a new heaven, new constellations, and Trishanku being accepted in it is the acceptance of some other astronomical or astrological tradition within the Brahmanical tradition. So a new system of astrology or astronomy is being accepted, and Trishanku is a part of that. Parjitar had noted that probably a planet or a constellation was named after Trishanku. That is possible. Now, why Trishanku? Why this name is so important? Whoever be the bird who has created or incorporated this particular legend, where did he get his inspiration? Vishwamitra and Vasishtha are known Vedic figures, known later Vedic figures, known figures in epics and Puranas. From where does Trishanku come? I am raising this particular question because my attention to this point that there could have been more to this story is after listening to a paper by Professor Ranabir Chakrabarti, who had discussed the old Buddhist Avadana story Shardula Karna Avadanam. This particular Buddhist Avadana, Shardula Karna Avadanam, tells the story of a Chandala girl, Prakriti, who is in love with the chief disciple of Buddha, Ananda. So Prakriti wants to marry Ananda, and she wants to attract Ananda. But Ananda is a monk. He's not interested in marrying Prakriti. So Prakriti requests her mother, who is a Chandali, to perform some magic charm. Her mother is proficient in magic charms to attract Ananda. Her mother tries that, but it is the grace of the Buddha which saves Ananda. Then the Buddha gives Prakriti a sermon. He asks Prakriti, why does she like Ananda? Which parts of Ananda's body she likes, and tells her that the body is full of impurities, and why physical attraction is not the end of life. Prakriti is convinced. She becomes a monk, she becomes a nun and joins the Buddhist order. That is the first part of the story of the Shardula Karna Avadanam. It's a story in 3 parts. It is too long a story. When Divyavadana was first discovered and translated, then this story was only partly translated. In the 1950s, Sujit Kumar Mukhopadhyay brought out a full translation of Shardula Karna Avadanam on the basis of the Chinese and Tibetan translations of this particular legend produced between the 2nd and the 9th century. So there are many translations in Chinese and Tibetan of this Avadana story. So there we can see there are 3 parts of the story. The first part is what we have already discussed, the story of Prakriti and Ananda. This story has been made popular in Bengal by Rabindranath Tagore through his dance drama Chandalika, which is based on this story. But that is not the end of the story. Then the Buddha says that Prakriti and Ananda had been husbands and wives in their 500 previous births, and tells one particular story of one of their previous births, when Ananda was a Chandala named Shardula Karna, and his father was the Chandala king Trishanku. On the other hand, Prakriti was the daughter of a Brahmana, a very orthodox Brahmana named Pushkarasari. And then there is this story about Shardula Karna wanting to marry Prakriti. Shardula Karna's father, the Chandala king Trishanku, approaches the Brahmana Pushkarasari to ask her daughter in marriage for his son. The Brahmana is infuriated by this proposal. And then there is a debate between the Brahman Pushkarasari and the Chandala king Trishanku about the merits and demerits of caste system. No ancient Indian text has so vigorously attacked the caste system as this particular debate did. So the last part of my lecture today is connected with this particular debate, where we can understand that probably the story about the Chandala king Trishanku was part of a common corpus from where the birds who composed the Trishanku story in the Ramayana, as well as the birds or the monks within the Buddhist tradition, both might have derived material from this older story. And what is there in this particular debate between the Chandala king Trishanku and Pushkarasharin, who is an orthodox Brahmana? Pushkarasharin says that this is an unequal match which is not possible, because there cannot, because dust cannot become gold, darkness and light cannot come together, and a Chandala and a Brahmana cannot marry each other. He says only equals can marry equals. So Brahman marries a Brahman, Chandal marries a Chandal, Pukkasa marries a Pukkasa, and so on. Now, the Chandala king Trishanku gives a response to this argument placed by the Brahmana Puskara Sarin. And what is that response? He says that there is no logic in saying that the Brahmana and Chandala are not the same. Two words are key words in the response of the Chandala king Trishanku. These are Samanya and Vishesha. Are the Brahman and the Chandalas Samana, equal, or are they different? Vishesha. The Chandala king Trishanku asks, how is the Brahman Vishesha? Is the Brahman born out of air or the sky? The Brahmana and the Chandala are born out of the same sexual process. It is the same for both. Then, is the Brahman different in his virtue? Here, the Buddhist position is repeated, the Buddhist anti-sacrifice position. It is said that the Brahman is actually a sinner. They sacrifice animals for eating their meat and say that the animals go to heaven. But if that were true, then why don't they sacrifice their own father, mother, friends, relatives? Why do they sacrifice the animals if the sacrifice, the victim of the sacrifice goes directly to heaven? Then the Brahman Pushkara Sarin gives the Dharmaśāstric position that the society is divided in Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Sudra, and those beneath it. And the Chandala king Trishanku says that there are some children who play on the street and they pick up clay and dust and say that this is rice, this is this particular curry, and so on. So they make imaginary dishes out of rice, out of dust and clay, and claim them to be different. That is the same with caste system, that Brahmanas arbitrarily say this is a Brahman, this is a Kshatriya, this is a Vaishya, this is a Shudra. Actually, that is not the case, because by physical appearance, by the face, the nose, the eyes, hands, leg, all are same. Everybody has the same organs. So physically they are not different. Are the Brahmanas more meritorious? Trishanku says, no, they are not more meritorious, because yes, there are certain sins the Brahmanas avoid. They don't steal gold, they don't drink liquor, they don't commit adultery with the Guru's wife, they don't kill Brahmanas. But they commit the same sins with others. They don't steal gold, they steal other things. They don't drink liquor, but they drink other intoxicants like soma. They don't commit adultery with the Guru's wife, but they can commit adultery with the wives of others. And they don't murder Brahmanas, but they can murder others. And even the prohibited sins some Brahmanas can do, perform a penance and get back to the fold. So the Brahman is no different in virtue from the others. Then comes the most important question, is the Brahman superior to the Chandala in knowledge? Because after all, knowledge is a monopoly of the Brahman. That's how we have understood ancient Indian social history, that one major area of Brahmanical dominance is the monopoly of learning. But which kind of learning? The Brahmanical learning. Was that the only form of knowledge available? The Chandala king Trishanku says, Rigvedo atha Yajurveda Samaveda Pyatharvanam Itihasa Nighantascha Kutaschanda Nirarthakam. These are the subjects the Brahmanas know, but these are Nirarthaka. Then he is saying that is the Chandala an ignorant person? He also has his own knowledge system. Asmakam api adhyayane maitri vidya tathashiki sankramoni prakamani stambhani kamorupini monojava chagandhari ghori vidya vashankari kakavani cha mantrang cha indrajalang cha bhanjani. He is speaking about an alternative knowledge system, and he's saying there are learned men among us, there are holy men among us. So how is the Brahman superior in knowledge? And those alternative forms of knowledge Trishanku is referring to are various kinds of shamanism and magic. So was the Brahmanical religion and knowledge system the only form of system of knowledge, learning, and ritual practice that was there? If we look from the top to the bottom, from a top-down approach, yes, the Brahman is at the top and the untouchable is excluded from rituals as well as learning. But if we take a bottom-up approach, when the untouchable is excluded from the Brahmanical rituals and Brahmanical learning, don't they practice their own rituals and own system of learning? And can that not have practical implications? Are the Chandalas feeling deprived that they are not being given the Brahmanical knowledge system? Or are the Chandalas thinking that their knowledge is superior because that is giving more direct or practical result? Whether that is actually giving result or not, that is irrelevant. But the difference between religious ritual and magic is that magic has a claim to immediate result. So if we look at this Buddhist story and compare that with the Ramayana version of the Trishanku story, we see there are some common pointers. In the Trishanku story also, we see a king becoming a part of heaven upside down. There is an indication of the entire tradition being turned upside down. We must remember that the Ramayana version of Trishanku story is also a reverse image of the Vedic story. In the Vedas, what happens? Vishwamitra is the priest, he is replaced by Vasishtha. In the Trishanku story, Vasishtha is the king's priest, he is replaced by Vishwamitra. So the Vedic story is being reversed, the Vedic tradition is being reversed. Alternative traditions with new gods, new heavens, or no god is being shown as a possibility. And when Vedic sacrifices fail, Vishwamitra applies his magical power, which is powerful enough to create a counter tradition. So, is there the voice of an alternative non-Brahmanical position of looking at things? And is Trishanku a central figure in the narratives about this alternative tradition? Probably this tradition got a greater place within the Buddhist tradition because the Chandalas are accepted within the Buddhist tradition. They are excluded from the Brahmanical tradition. But anyway, we get echoes of the same story in the epic as well as in the Buddhist tradition. So I shall end my discussion with these questions about whether this story, the two versions of this story, the epic story about Trishanku and the Shardula Karnavadanam, shows us possibilities of looking at ancient Indian social history from a bottom-up approach. Another important point is, at the end of the debate, when the Brahman Pushkarasarin is defeated by Chandala King Trishanku, he wants to learn from Trishanku. And what is the subject he's learning? He's learning astrology and astronomy. Just like in the Ramayana story, there is new constellations, indications of a new astrological and astronomical system. So was that a preserve of the Chandala tradition of learning, which entered the Buddhist tradition, and ultimately the Brahmanical tradition had to accept it? And what was the discourse? What was the social outlook of this tradition? Whereas the Dharmaśāstras tradition believed in the Varna system, was the alternative tradition preaching an idea where everyone is equal as human beings? That claim is there in the Trishanku story, also in the Shardula Karnavadanam, and those who have heard or read Chandalika can remember that though Tagore chose only the first part of the story, the assertion in the story is about the equality of all human beings when Ananda says to Prakriti that I am the same human what you are. Probably that is the voice of an alternative tradition, which we sometimes miss out when we only take a top-down approach in studying early Indian social history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Konad. It is a fascinating narrative of the way you actually have woven the Buddhist narrative with the Brahmanical, with the Vedic thing. And I was just fascinated by the way the alternative approach was brought in by you, the bottom-down approach, which you, as you call it, and how we are looking at social history only from one prism generally, and how there's a need to look at social history from different prisms, And I don't know whether there are questions, but I was just thinking that it is such a scathing remark, scathing comment on the Brahmanas, on the superiority of the Brahmanas. So do we have any other examples, such kind of examples in our tradition of such scathing remarks? And do you have, what I'm trying to say is that, is there any other narratives in your coffer where you find also this kind of alternative tradition, alternative view to look at the society? And I was also wondering that when you talk about the space, is it the kind of a liminal space, perhaps, where Trishanku is? We have this in Bengali, the word is borrowed. That one who is hanging, actually, the Trishankur moton jhule achi. So this how the space is visualized in the text. So if you could just say a few words about this. And another thing which also comes in your discussion was that the Brahmanas, the Brahmanical tradition, when we think of the tradition, there is a kind of a, like, it is not fortified. These stories show that it is not fortified, that when you can make a god, or you have the capacity of actually unmaking a god, then it gives you that kind of a feeling that however the Vedas or however the Shrutis and the Shastras talk about the fortification of the Brahmanical tradition, there are actually many, it's porous, there are many gaps and holes. Thank you so much. So if you can talk a little bit about it.
The first thing is, I have just started looking at these texts from this angle, but probably there is some indication that there is a strong counter tradition like this. Of course, there is no well-organized text which elucidates this position, but the questions which Trishanku raises in the Shardula Karnavadanam, in many stories across traditions, we get these questions in a scattered way. When a lower caste or untouchable person is challenging a Brahman's superiority, like there is the Matanga Jataka within the Jataka tradition also. In the Therigatha, we get a couple of poems of lower caste women who became Buddhist nuns, and they are questioning Brahmanas about their rituals of purity, that the Brahmana is apprehensive that the girl may touch him and he will become impure. And she is asking that if you take a dip in the Ganga and become pure, why doesn't the fish and the turtle, all of them, become the purest beings, because they are always in the Ganga? And similar questions are raised in bhakti poetry of some untouchable bhakti poetry concerning some untouchable characters also. So probably there is a tradition from which these ideas are being borrowed. What this tradition was, the complete picture is probably not possible for us to obtain, but there are indications that the Brahmanical Dharmashastric view was not the only way of looking at the society. So if we only think that Brahmanical knowledge system was the only knowledge system and these people are excluded from that, they might not have approached it from that angle. They might not have wanted the Vedic ritualistic learning, because their ideas about practical things, or their medicinal concepts, their astronomical concepts, or their own rituals might have fulfilled their needs. And they might have a negative attitude towards the Brahmanical tradition as well, that it was a futile exercise what the Brahmins were doing. Such indications are there in some places. And the other thing is, what does the Buddhist tradition do? The Buddhists are accepting the Chandalas, but on one hand, we have Vedic ritualism, which the Buddhists always criticize, but are they then accepting magic as a valid alternative? At least the early or middle Buddhist tradition is not doing that. Because what happens in the Chandalika story is, in Shardula Karnavadanam, is the Vedic practice is criticized, right? But also the magic performed by Prakriti's mother is powerless in front of the Buddha's power. So neither Vedic ritualism nor the folk tradition of shamanism is as powerful as the true knowledge which the Buddha is imparting. That idea is there, at least in this period when these Avadan studies are composed. But all of us know that gradually the magical tradition in form of Tantra or Vajrayan or in various forms entered all the major religious traditions. So the undercurrent of magical tradition was probably there in all these religious traditions. And these stories gives an indication that these beliefs were retained by the common people, particularly the lower castes and untouchables. So that is a possibility. And Trishanku's social position is probably of that, because Trishanku, if his arguments are accepted in the Brahmanical tradition, then the entire tradition would be reverted. So this
Right.
upside down image. So there has to be a compromise. Trishanku is not totally accepted within the Brahmanical tradition, but it is accepted that there is an alternative heaven outside the circuit of the sun created by Vishwamitra, and Trishanku has a place there. The knowledge of astronomy and astrology of the local people are gradually being incorporated in the Brahmanical tradition, because also much of ancient Indian astrology is borrowed from the Greeks, who are considered
Right. Yeah.
believers. So also those who are considered outsiders from the Brahmanical tradition.
The Javana Jataka, the Romaka Jataka, and all that we have.
Yes, so I think all these processes are happening together, and that's why there are many ways of looking at the social history of early India rather than only from the standpoint of the Brahman.
Right. Yeah, that is the major takeaway actually from your presentation. And we started with Kunalda, who also talked at the end that how we should look at the Deshachar, the acharas of the local thing. So we are actually in this webinar, we had the view that strongly came in is that go beyond the traditional way of looking at social history and look at the other sources and look at the other methodologies. So thank you very much for being with us. I now invite my young friend, Preeta Bhattacharya, for proposing the vote of thanks. And I would also like to thank Madhuparna Roychowdhury, the coordinator of the seminar, and Sayantani, the head of the department, and all the members of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, and Kaushik Shaha, who has been a great support for organizing this seminar. And thank you for inviting me. Over to you, Preeta.
Thank you, Suchandra. So after a long but truly scintillating academic session, it is now my pleasure and my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, University of Calcutta. At the very outset, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our eminent speakers, Professor Kunal Chakrabarti, Professor Tapati Mukherjee, Dr. Rita Choudhury, Professor Shoma Basu, Professor Patrick Olivelle, and Dr. Konad Sinha for very graciously agreeing to be present at this virtual platform today, and for sharing their truly incisive and innovative ideas with all of us. It is indeed very heartening for all of us to be introduced to the widening vistas of textual studies in history, to the new paradigms, to the new methods of interrogating texts, and most importantly, to develop new interpretative tools to unlock and unravel early Indian literature, literary compositions, which are, as we all know, extremely complex creations. My heartfelt thanks to all of you. Now that I have the chance, I would like to thank Professor Suchandra Ghosh from a formal forum, and I won't just let it slip away. Professor Ghosh, who will always be our very own Suchandra Di, has been by our side from the very start and has very kindly consented to preside over this academic session. Thank you so much, Suchandra Di. I would also like to thank Kaushik Shaha, who is a long-standing friend of the department, for assisting with the entire designing of the framework of this webinar and taking care of the major technical issues. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, our Pro-Vice Chancellors, the Dean, Faculty of Arts, for extending their unstinted support, without which we would not have been able to hold this webinar. I know that we have many eminent scholars in the audience, as well as our young students and researchers. I would like to thank them all for joining us today and for all your invaluable questions and comments. On behalf of the webinar committee, I thank all the colleagues of our department who have, as always, provided immense encouragement and support that was essential for us, particularly at this juncture, as this is the first large-scale academic event that we could plan after being driven to our homes during the pandemic amidst an ambience of fear and anxiety. Last but not the least, my sincere thanks to the technical support team, Puranjoy, Aditya, Shubham, Gaurav, who helped us to manage the virtual platform and to manage the smooth running of the program. So with this, I wish you all a lovely evening, and we wrap up today's proceedings. Oh, there is an announcement from the organizers that the feedback forms have been posted, so kindly fill them up and send them back to us. Thank you everybody.
Okay, then we should say goodbye and good night, and we look forward to such events to be organized by the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture, University of Calcutta. Have a nice evening. It's still there, it's still young, and good night.